Audio check. All right, we're back from ads. Ooh, that's right. I have a new glasses cleaning cloth. That's very exciting. Ah, so clean. All right, I'm almost ready, folks. Moments away. Let me just grab one thing. There we go. Okay. Let's go ahead and get swapped over. Oh, my computer reminding me to do the closed captioner. Yes, let's do that real quick. Bring this music down. There we go. All right. Welcome in, everybody, to the early bird lurkers. Happy Thursday. Ooh, there's a little goby face for you in the corner there, just barely peeking through. I'm raring to go today, folks. I'm on a swivel, and we're just now getting caffeinated as well, so we can only go up from here. Let's see. We do have some preamble before we fire up the game. A couple things I want to touch on. The main one being that we are picking a new Tuesday game this week. You have 2 more days to vote, today and tomorrow. At the end of tomorrow's stream, we're going to close the poll. We'll find out what we're playing for all of the Tuesday streams after Plucky Squire. We currently have a tie, so somebody's going to either need to break the tie. Let me double check that the Discord Despot does not break the tie. I want to say the Discord Despot has not voted in this poll, but that might be incorrect. Let me double check here. That is correct. That is correct. So if we see our Discord Despot today, that would be very meaningful. Because their vote counts for 2. So not only would it break this tie, but it would create a 2-point lead. Theoretically a 3-point lead, because it breaks ties in addition to being worth 2. So it would push... I'm always looking for the best way to explain this. Hold on one second. Sorry, I'm trying to do too many things at once now. There we go. Okay. Sorry. The most succinct way to describe how the Discord Despot tiebreak works is if the 2 numbers in the poll are the same, you can add 1, and the Discord Despot chosen option takes it. If the Discord Despot chosen option is one lower than the other, that extra vote creates a tie, which the Discord Despot vote breaks. And then if you have a situation where the Discord Despot game is 1 point ahead, and then that other game gets one extra vote, it's not creating the tie, right? Because it's still 1 point ahead with the extra kicker vote. So if it gets 2 additional votes, it's still only good enough to tie, and then the Discord Despot vote breaks the tie. So it's pretty wild that you could see a voting score of 8 to 9, and the game that's at 8 would actually need to get to 11 in order to overtake the game that looks like it's just at 9. Because actually, it's at 10, and if the 8 game went also to 10, it would lose the tie. So, that wasn't a succinct way to describe it, but I explained it to the best of my ability. I don't know how to explain it succinctly. For a while, I thought it would make sense to say that a trailing game would need to win by 2, but I feel like that's more confusing than it needs to be. But I can't think of like an equivalent in like sports or politics that would like translate where people would understand like, oh, it's like this kind of voting or scoring. I don't really know what it's like. I don't think it's really like anything. Anyways, vote for the new Tuesday game if you haven't already. And if you see Holy Gad today, make sure that he votes for the game that you want him to vote for, because he has a lot of power in his hand right now. The vote is currently tied, and he is the Discord Despot, and he has not voted. Or I guess you could, throw down some subs today and try to steal the Discord Despot away from him so that you can use that power, because that's how that works. The Discord Despot lives on the prize wheel. It's that pink one in the bottom right. It's pretty tricky to get, but if you can manage to get it, it's very powerful, and you can hang on to it for a very long time, because it's hard to hit, it's going to be hard for somebody to take it away from you. You get to keep it until somebody lands on it again. It's a King of the Hill style 1-of-1 Discord roll that doubles the value, or kind of almost triples the value of your vote in anything that happens in the Discord polls channel, which is usually just new game polls, but if we were to vote on something else, it would count for that as well. But the reason why it's tricky to get is because these pink wedges are locked at the beginning of every stream, and so are the orange ones, and one of them needs to be landed on first before it unlocks them. So if you were to do the first sub of the stream and we let her rip and it lands on Discord Despot, unfortunately you don't get it. We've unlocked a soda tasting, and we do a soda tasting, and then for the rest of the stream, that's up for grabs. So, you gotta get kind of lucky. Anyways, get your tickets for VGMCon if you're planning to go. The price increase is happening imminently. I think it's next week. The price is going to go up. So if you know you're going, get your tickets. Also book your hotel rooms, because the hotel will fill up and sell out. And if you wait until right before the event, you will not be able to get a hotel room. So reserve it now. You don't have to pay until right before the convention. Go ahead and reserve your room if you know you're going to go. And you can cancel it if you need to. So if you don't know who all's going yet and how you're going to sardine people into the hotel room yet, go ahead and book it. You could book 2 rooms and then find out you only need 1, and you could just cancel the 1. That's totally cool. And you won't be charged until right before the event. So get those rooms. We are going to start the day off with a wheel spin today, actually. Poop gifted a sub, or resubbed himself, I believe, actually, right at the end of Tuesday's stream. So I asked him if he wanted me to spin at the end of stream or at the top of the stream on Thursday, and he said Thursday. I'll wait a little bit because he said he was going to try to show up, but I will do it before we get into the game, before we even do the recap. The other big announcement coming imminently, this is not actually the announcement, but I will be announcing details of Heart Week the charity week in February, very soon. I may be announcing it as soon as next week. I am very, very close to finalizing details. Currently, my plan is, or my deadline, I should say, I need to announce all the details to you all by February 3rd, which would be my first stream in February. And the week after that is the week that we're going to open donations. So on February 9th, Monday, February 9th is when I'm going to open all of the donation incentives. It will go live on a Monday, so I won't be streaming that day. But I'm gonna do my post in Discord in the morning for the Monday update that I do every week, and the Tiltify stuff is gonna open up that week. So just a heads up, if you want to get in on what some of the incentives are and stuff like that, make sure you sign up for those notifications so that when that ping goes out on Monday morning, if you want to be one of the first people, that's where you're going to need to be. Make sure your Discord notifications don't betray you. Go into the notify channel, add the news role, and you'll get pinged for that. The streams role will not get pinged for it. The polls role will not get pinged for it. It's got to be news if you want to get pinged for that stuff. Obviously, you don't know what any of those incentives are yet. I'm just letting you know this ahead of time, kind of how it's going to work timeline-wise. I will announce all of the incentives and everything like that at the latest the first week of February on my streams on the 3rd, the 5th, and the 6th. But I think I might be ready to start announcing them next week, so I can really just annoy you all with them for like 2.5 weeks before it actually opens up, so people can kind of like strategize and get their dollars ready to go after what they want to go after, because we're going to try to raise some serious bucks for American Heart Association. The 3rd week of February. So, first week of February, Hype Train. Second week of February, donations are open and people can start redeeming things ahead of time, because we're going to want to do that. It'll make more sense once you realize what they are. Like, for example, the first game that I stream has things in it that you can unlock, and if I waited until I started that game to unlock them, we'd just kind of be standing around a lot. So if we have a whole week to start checking things off, we kind of know what we're getting into once the stream week actually gets here. So first week of February, Hype Train. Second week of February, donations open at continued Hype Train. And then third week of February, streams. So regular schedule will pause. I will stream 4 days in a row, Monday through Thursday. And then Friday is a 5th unlockable day if we reach a certain milestone. And there's all kinds of other stuff going on. But maximum 5 streams. They'll all be at normally scheduled time, 3 p.m. Central to 8 p.m. Central. No more, no less. Unlike last year. Last year we had some absurdly long streams because I was committed to finishing games. That's going to be different this time around. But there is a caveat that you'll find out when I'm able to actually like announce everything. So look forward to that. I think that's all I need to say about the charity stuff right now. I want to say more. I'm super stoked about everything that I've picked out. I'm getting all my graphics ready. I'm going to use some custom overlays this year because the Tiltify ones kind of suck. Tiltify is a great platform, and a lot of the mechanical things that it can do are really, really nice as far as like the way that it like aggregates data and scrapes things. But when it comes to the like stuff that you actually generate to put into your like OBS, it really sucks. It's very, very bare bones, and it's clearly made by somebody who thinks that everyone is a coder. I'm sure if I knew like Python and HTML, I could make some really cool stuff, but it's not intuitive whatsoever. So I've opted to make my own better looking stuff in an art program that I can control with the art program or my Stream Deck. And I'm excited about it because that way it can all be kind of like Backlog Boys branded and look the way that I want it to look. It's also going to help us track the incentives and stuff too. I think that was another thing that was really exhausting last year, was me keeping track of everything that was redeemed and then reminding everybody what was still available. And I think some people had a challenging time either navigating the Tiltify page to find the things that were still available, or just kind of understanding, like, oh, like, is this one still available, but it's not open anymore? Or like, you know, what's going, you know, there's a whole like lexicon to it all that has to be explained, because they have like their own lingo and terminology for certain things. And I'm going to do my darndest to try to make sure everybody understands that. I think we did really good with that last year. But I'm just going to try to do even more, even better. It was really fun last year, but it was very exhausting. And I think the way that I've restructured it this year will make it so that it's just really fun and not super exhausting. It'll still probably be, you know, it's still going to be more exhausting than a regular stream week, because I'm streaming more. And I'm going to be like probably a little bit more amped up. And I'm going to be doing some stuff that I'm like maybe not as familiar with, I guess. But I don't think it's not, there's no way it's going to be as exhausting as last year, because there won't be any 10, 11, 12-hour streams. All right. Let's do a wheel spin for Poop, and then we're going to fire up Blue Dragon. Poop is a person, by the way, in case anyone's confused by that statement. We're doing a wheel spin that belongs to someone who goes by Poop as a shortening for their username. We are not spinning for Poop in any other possible interpretation that you might have. So we're going to switch over to the wide shot, kick out the insert, and I'm going to switch over to the roaming mic. Make sure you all can hear me. Yep, there we go. All right. And like we said earlier, this is the first spin of the day, so pink wedges and orange wedges are locked. Let's see what we've got for Poop. Thank you again, Poop, for the resub on Tuesday, right at the end of the stream. Buzzer beater. Oh, we almost landed on it. We've landed on an orange wedge just by a nose. So we won't be getting a Wordle. We will instead be getting a snack tasting, which I will push to after the first ad break for two reasons. One, because I just ate and I'm not very hungry. And two, because maybe Poop will show up and Poop will actually get to see the thing that he earned. I've got a box of snacks down here that are all new to me. These are all things that I've never tasted before. And so one of these will be something that we taste after the ad break here. It's mostly candy. I've made my way through a lot of chocolatey stuff the last couple of snack breaks. And I probably won't opt for the one chocolatey snack that I do have, because I've already had some chocolate today, if I'm being honest with you. So one of these candies is what we're gonna try after the first ad break. Let me get this giant insert off the screen, that beautiful insert shot. And then we've switched back to the regular mic. Let me wake up this Xbox 360 controller, because we are playing on a real 360 today, not one of those fake ones. And let's get right into it. We don't want Xbox Live. We do want Blue Dragon. Today's day 9 with Blue Dragon. I've said this every time, but I'm really enjoying this game. It's doing so many things that I like, and it's just been a wonderful experience. I feel like we're at a pretty cool point in the game now as well. And we're gonna recap what happened last time we played, as we always do at the top of the stream, before we actually start playing, so that folks can get reacquainted. Do we have music on the screen, or is this just like ambient mechanical noises? We have both. If I step away from that thing, does the music go up? Okay. We'll see if I'm safe from an encounter here. I don't know if I will be. But we'll find out together, shall we? Let's recap what happened last time. On day 8. There we go. So I take notes in a spiral notebook. I have a notes cam, so whenever I'm writing, you can't really see, most likely, what I'm actually writing when I do this, but at least just kind of telegraphs to the audience, like, what is he doing? Why is he looking off to the side, muttering to himself? I'm writing. I do digitize these when I finish the playthrough, if folks ever want to look at what they are, but the reason why I do it is just to help me digest the plot and the character study, as well as just remember what to do next, or things left behind that I want to go get later. I have a color coding system of various markers and highlighters that I use to help me categorize things. I prefer not to do this digitally for a couple of reasons, even though it would make, you know, certain aspects of it more aesthetically pleasing or functional, perhaps. I still opt to do it by hand. All right, let's recap day 8. Let's see. So after we escorted the Talta caravan almost all the way to Jabral Castle, or Jabral, we get attacked by this giant horde of the steel-eating tigers, the super scary panther, leopard, tiger enemy with stacks of eyes that's really cursed. We had defeated a bunch of them up to that point, but only in like little groups of 2 and 3, and then we get like surrounded. There's way too many of them, and it basically looks like our heroes are done for in a classic, you know, cinematic moment. But then King Jabral the 16th arrives with his legion of knights. They attack the tigers and dally them up to help us escape. And we also see Zola, who is the captain of the knights. She reveals that she also has a dragon shadow, just like we do. And in the kerfuffle, we grab the rear guard position. We fight some more tigers, and then we help the caravan safely make it the rest of the way to Jabral. Maro is like in love with Zola. He's like, or like he has like a crush on her, I guess, but also like it's also like a lot of like admiration. Like he's always like, wow, she's so cool, oh my god, but he also like clearly has like a actual like somewhat romantic fondness for her as well. It's very funny, and she's either like ignoring it or she's unaware, because every time he says something weird, she's just kind of like, huh? I made some notes about what we're currently working on with our classes, which I do need to check in on before we start. And then we spent a bunch of time wandering around Jabral, because it was the largest town that we've ever been in the game by far. We really haven't been in any towns other than Talta, and it was deserted. So there was a massive number of NPCs to interact with compared to the like camps that we've been to so far. So that was actually a pretty cool world building moment in and of itself. Just the fact that like, oh well, naturally this giant city center is full of life, and there's people everywhere, and there's all kinds of interiors to explore and a million things to examine. So that took a long time. We diligently went around and talked to every single character, and we went into every single interior. We examined everything that we could possibly examine. Jam, welcome in. How are you? Nice to see you. We're just recapping last week before we get started. But that was very fruitful. And then we met one of our favorite characters so far, probably my favorite NPC so far. We met the Nothing Man, and we learned this hilarious and amazing mechanical twist every time we examine things, most of the time we get something. Sometimes we get items, sometimes we get stat points or experience points that we can choose which character they go on. But some of the time we get nothing, and it just says nothing, you know, which is kind of what you're used to in an RPG, right? Like, you examine 58, you know, crates, but maybe one of them you got something, and it's like, hey, cool, all right, you know? But in this game, it's kind of the opposite. You usually get something, but sometimes you get nothing. And, you know, that's great odds, right? That's incentive enough for me to examine literally everything that I possibly can. But then we found out, after meeting the Nothing Man, that actually, every time we examine something and we get nothing, we're essentially just getting a collectible. Because the Nothing Man counts how many times we found nothing and gives us rewards based on milestones of numbers of nothings found. So essentially, nothing is the exact opposite of nothing. It is very much something. It's essentially a special currency that's only usable with this one NPC. So periodically, we will go back to Jabral and turn in our nothings. We got 5 rewards already.
This is
50, 100, 200, 400, and 600. Gad, welcome in. Gad, you're a very important person today. Stick around till the end of the recap. We got to have a chat. You're not in trouble. Oh, last time you popped in, I was playing Paper Mario. Gotcha. Yeah. I don't usually do too much of a recap on my Tuesday games, which Paper Mario was a Tuesday game. But I did it a little bit for Paper Mario because it was like a story-driven RPG. I just don't usually take strong notes on my Tuesday games. But for my Thursday, Friday stuff, I get pretty intense with this, and I always do a recap. That sometimes takes me a while, especially when we're doing something like tactics. And there's constant metric tons of lore being dumped. So anyways, yeah, we met the Nothing Man. We get collectible stuff from him based on how many times we found nothing. So we're going to continue to search everything with even more excitement than we had before. And the other thing is it seems like everything that he gives you goes in the special accessory slot. So we also finally found out what goes there, and they seem to be really, really good items. So, very happy. Then we finally finished exploring Jabral, the town, and we go inside the castle, which also took a really long time to explore. The castle was very large, but after all that, we finally go where we're supposed to go, and Zola introduces us to King Jabral. He's very friendly, he's accommodating to all the Taltons who are seeking refuge in his town, which is very gracious of him. We kind of just showed up at his door and were like, hey, can we stay here? And he was like, absolutely. And apparently a lot of other people have done this as well. Not necessarily like entire wholesale settlements migrating as a unit, but a lot of the NPCs we talked to, they're like, oh, we came here from such and such place, or we fled here from I'm not telling you where, you know, whatever. So it seems to be a common thing. Like, it's this big walled castle city. It's perceived as safe. There's resources. It's by the water. It's pretty. There's commerce. Blah blah blah. But he wants to know why the Taltons fled. He was like, you guys are welcome here, but what's going on? Why did you leave? So we tell him about the Violet Clouds and Nene, and how they're kind of on this cycle of terror that recently ramped up and has gotten even worse. And Jabral kind of confers with Zola, and basically we find out that something similar is happening to them. They take us out on this observation deck, and we see these giant cubes of water that are just floating in midair above, like, their harbor, I guess. And they call it the Tsunami Vortex. They say once a year, in conjunction with the arrival of the Violet Clouds, there's, like, these big storms that, like, wreck their ships. But they said that they were successful in shooting down one of the Mekat ships from the Violet Cloud, and they like took it apart and they're like learning how it works, and it's in their lab and we're gonna go check it out or whatever. And Shu is like really excited by this because he sees that they're also like striking back against Nene, and he's like, you gotta let us help you. You gotta let me help you. I'm all in. Let's go. Let's get that guy. And Jabral is like, I was hoping you'd say that. Absolutely, 100%. I accept. So basically, we have every reason to suspect that all of like the yearly disasters across the lands that we've heard about are somehow coordinated and connected to Nene. The Violet Cloud seems to be something that Nene uses to hide his ship in, or it's being generated by the ship, you know, one or the other or both. And Jabral the person. It's confusing. The guy's name is Jabral, and the town and the kingdom is also named Jabral. It's a little bit self-serving, but he seems humble enough about it. He's been kind of like investigating the connections between these different disasters, because naturally he's got these refugees coming in, and all of them are saying, oh, I ran away from my town because we got struck by a violet cloud. So he's kind of like, he's getting all this different data from these different people from around the world in a unique way that other people aren't. You know, the Taltons were victimized by the violet cloud, but they didn't know that anybody else was, you know? So everyone's kind of like in an isolated bubble. We do more searching of the castle. We found another little like side quest, I think. There's a guy named the Mad Chief Researcher, and he says he'll help us assemble mystery parts. We found the alpha part, but there's still a beta and a gamma part that we need to find. Don't know what's going to happen if we get those. Number of implications there. We found a bunch of sealed chests. We still don't know how to get sealed chests. And then we get to know a little bit more about Zola. We ask how she got her shadow, and she tells us her backstory. And much like the 3 Talton kids at the beginning, she was asked to swallow a light sphere by some disembodied voice. She was in a fight. She was getting overwhelmed by multiple opponents. She was inexperienced. And like time stopped, and she was given the sphere, and by getting the shadow and the sphere's power, she was able to turn the tide and overcome the fight. And when we got to Jabral and told Zola and Jabral about Nene, they hadn't heard his name before. But Zola agrees with us that we all are strongly don't feel that the disembodied voice is Nene, even though it would make sense potentially for Nene to be manipulating us into using the light spheres, possibly. So there's some interesting implications there, but it was very cool. It was very cool character building about Zola, because there were some interesting differences between her experience getting the shadow versus the kids. And I went into more detail about it in that particular VOD. If anybody wants to go scrub for it, I'm not going to go through it again, or you can wait for it to hit YouTube in like a month and a half or whatever, whenever I finish this game. Could be longer than that. Anyways, after that, we went back to the inn and we stayed the night, and a huge storm arrives in the night. It's the Violet Cloud. It's the tsunami thing that they told us about before. So much like in the beginning in Talta, where they were on a yearly cycle of this disaster until we interfered, and then it came back right away, the same thing is happening in Jabral. Jabral was on a yearly cycle, but as soon as we got there and started snooping around, suddenly the disaster breaks the yearly cycle and is right on top of us. So very suspicious. Obviously, Nene is behind it, but we still don't really know what his motivations are. Lightning is striking the floating water cubes, and the tsunami is starting. The water's getting super choppy down below. And Jabral has this whole plan about how they're going to react to the situation. He's like super prepared. So this ship armed with an eternal engine launches out. Oh, we lost our music because the controller went to sleep. The ship launches out into the harbor, and using the eternal engine, it like creates this big like light aura that evaporates the water cubes, and so it stops the tsunami thing from happening, and the water goes back to normal. And then the tsunami is caused by those cubes falling in the ocean and like displacing all the water and creating these huge waves, which is pretty wild. Jabral's plan is basically to like make Nene mad to like draw out the mothership. And then Jabral has all these aerial troops, and then these like giant harpoon guns on the deck of the castle, because it has this huge like semicircular multi-tier exterior area that like faces the ocean. And they've got like these giant harpoon guns all along it. The harpoons hook Nene's ship, the mothership, and start reeling it in. They have these really, really powerful beast guys named Gorgo that are hilarious and awesome. They look very Dragon Quest. They start reeling it in, and then the aerial troops start boarding the mothership. And that's where we are now. We're back on the Flying Fortress again. We've technically been here before, but we're in a different part of it. So this is like our big dungeon that we're in, and we're going to try to go confront Nene. And Zola, maybe not permanently yet, but probably at some point permanently, but at least for now, has joined our party. So we're here on the Flying Fortress. We're exploring. We haven't done anything in here yet. We just beelined to a save point because it was time to go. So now we can get started. But before we do, Holy Gad, if you're still here, you're a very important man today. And for anybody else that's come in after the chatting portion of the stream up top, also welcome in Draconics. We are voting for a new Tuesday game that will succeed Plucky Squire. We didn't finish Plucky Squire this week, didn't necessarily expect to, but we'll probably finish it next week. Either way, though, we are selecting the game that comes next right now. Tomorrow is going to be the last day to vote for it. Currently, there's a tie, and the reason why I'm targeting Gad is because Gad is the Discord despot, and his vote counts for 2. So not only can he break the tie, he can give one of the games a significant lead. Or, if we want to see a Batman come back, he could vote for Batman and really help it make up some ground. So I want to make sure that you vote in this poll, Gad. You don't have to do it now, you don't have to do it today, but you got to do it by the end of the stream tomorrow. And that goes for all of you. At the end of tomorrow's stream, we're going to close out that poll and find out what the next Tuesday game is. Alright, let's play some Blue Dragon, shall we? We've got some new random encounters to check out. We need to find out what all is examinable on this ship. You'll look at it later and get your votes in. Thank you, Gad. That's what we're looking for, my dude. That's what we're looking for. The theme on this week's poll is I took games that have all lost polls in the past. Like, not just got second place to something that they lost to, but like got actually last place, often by a significant margin, in their polls. And I was like, well, this way, these games that have lost, some of them many, many times, one of them has to win, you know? Alright, let me see if I can sneak up on this hover patroller here. This song is going really hard, by the way. And it looks like we don't have separate battle music, we just have this song happening through the battle. I actually really like it when RPGs do this. Nima did not like that sound. Oh yeah, we need to take a look at Zola's class stuff too, because she's brand new. I said I was gonna look at that before we did anything. Let me flip back to that really quick. But yeah, I really like it when an RPG establishes the trend of, you know, there's an area theme and then there's a battle theme, and when the battle starts, the area theme stops and the battle theme starts. You know, it's very common, right? But then some areas will have a special theme that persists in and out of battles, and I really, really like that. I don't think I'd ever want it for the whole game. So Shu is going to stay monk until he hits rank 25. Jiro is going to stay white until 21, and then guardian or barrier. Okay. Kluk is going to stay black until 24. Maro is going to stay guardian until some other need presents itself. So let's take a look at Zola here. Zola only has 4 classes. My other party members have 6. I suspect this is going to go a similar way that Maro's did when he first joined the party, where like his first level up, he got a class change, and then he got another one like pretty soon after. She's currently classed into Assassin, but she's level 7 in all these other ones, which is pretty great. Let me just take a look at where she's at with Assassin. I'll probably keep her there because we don't currently have an Assassin. So she's coming up on Surprise. But basically, if she gets another class, as soon as she gets another class up, we're gonna class her into Generalist because we need to get her those extra skill slots. We want that on everybody right away. I don't see any reason to utilize her as black or white. We probably want her to have some experience as Swordmaster, but the fact that she's already level 7 means that she does have Mow down. So, I think we're good there. I think we'll leave her alone, because we'll probably see a class up pretty soon, but I need to look at her skills. Yeah, she doesn't have anything on. So she's got a ton of stuff here to work with. Let's give her Mow down. I do want to give her Steal, because we haven't been stealing from anything. And there's probably some cool stuff we can find. Now that we can attack so much more often, it doesn't feel like as much of a waste to try and steal if we see something that looks like it might have something good. Let's see. This doesn't do anything right now because she is an assassin. We don't need to negotiate when we're in dungeons. And then I'm going to give her this stealth to give us more preemptives. I need to look at Kluk, actually. We don't need negotiate, so let me give her... I guess I could give her Steal as well. So we could choose who we want to steal with. I don't really need to give her any of these other items. I'm guessing Stealth doesn't stack, so I'm not going to give her Stealth as well. So that seems pretty good. Meanwhile, headbanging. There's that noise Nima doesn't like. Gobi's not reacting to it at all. Which is surprising, because Gobi's ears are way more sensitive than Nima's. Well, I guess depending on your perspective. Gobi has better hearing than Nima does. But Nima's ears might be more sensitive, because I'm pretty sure she has tinnitus. Alright, we're gonna get rid of the alarm first, because it can call more enemies. Oh man, I finally started reading my my next Star Wars book. I picked it out like a couple weeks ago, but I didn't start it until this week. Really liking it so far. I'm ecstatic to say this, I finally have established a consistent like reading time, which might sound really silly, but it's something that I've wanted for a long time and I haven't really known how to achieve it. I used to only read before bed, and that didn't really work out very well for me. There is no elevator key. Damn it, it won't work. There must be a way to get it to work. Let's look around somewhere else. Okay, so that elevator needs a key. But yeah, I wanted to find a regular time where I could read more than just like a little bit at a time if I wanted to. Because pretty much the only way I would get reading done previously would be if I made like a concerted effort to go to bed early so that I could read to help me kind of like get sleepy. You know, and this was back when I was like going to bed super early because I was working super early. And I did not do that very consistently because I often would talk myself into doing something else before going to bed, like hanging out with the lady and watching TV, or, you know, doing stuff on the computer or whatever. You know, some other kind of sleep procrastination. And when I did read, I would read like 1 or 2 chapters of a book and then go to sleep. So it would take me forever to get through a book, you know, like with the limited number of sessions and how limited the productivity of each reading session was. You know, it would take me like half a year to read a book. I'm going to give these to Zola so she can level up sooner. And we just keep buying really cool books that I want to read. And there's like so many more other books that we don't own yet that I also would like to read. And I would get a lot of anxiety just thinking about like, when the heck am I going to read all these books that I want to read? I got to do something about it. So it feels like a huge relief, like to actually have a carved out time where I can sit down and read like 50 pages of a book at once, which is really not even that much, you know, compared to how some people roll. But for me, it's like massive. Like it's not hard for me to do, but it's significant for me to accomplish, I would say. So I'm very happy about that. Like having read this book only 2 times, or like 2 sessions with this new book, and I've already read over 100 pages of it, is like mind-blowing compared to how I used to get through books. So it's fun. I'm excited about it. Try stealing from these guys. Nothing. Oh no, not formation. Dang it. Oh, I wanted mow down. I forgot that there's more to the menu at the bottom. More than meets the eye. That sound is so piercing and loud. Nice. Get out of here. Let me see if do I need to fix Morrow's formation? Is he still in the back row? No. Okay, good. Oh, Zola's in the back row, though. Zola, we want you in the front, please. Thank you. And you're welcome, Morrow, for putting her next to you. Oh, there's the elevator key. Nice. You do the read before bed thing, makes you tired so quickly. Yeah, exactly. I had the same problem too, Jam. Like, it's like, oh, this is an effective way for me to, like, relax and, like, take my mind off of things before bed, but it's not an efficient way to, like, get through a book. And I was also worried, I was like, oh, well, I also am worried about associating reading books as a means to fall asleep. because I don't want to fall asleep every time I read a book, you know, or I don't want like reading in general to make me sleepy. You know, sometimes I need to read a long email. Sometimes I need to read a script. Sometimes I need to read an essay, you know, or whatever. And like I need to be able to like stay awake and pay attention, you know. And if I've created this association in my brain that reading is like the thing that happens before I go to sleep, that might not go so well, or it'll just make it that much more difficult. So I was worried about that too. Yo, what's up, Raised? Thank you for saying hi. Welcome in. Sorry you can't stay, but I understand. Can I go down this ladder? The bottom of the ladder is broken off. Okay. Fair enough. I entered from over here. So this room is a dead end. But I can go this way. Okay. So yeah, I've struggled with sleep my whole life, so it's not like I'm robbing myself of some like effective sleep aid that I had established. But I wanted to try to, you know, turn reading into something else before it got to that point, I guess I should say. Oh no, this is the way that I came from. Okay, so where's that center door go? Can I go through this door? No. Okay. Well, it seems like we're going to be met with a lot of locked doors here and maybe be funneled on a specific path. That would make sense if the narrative is trying to kind of establish a sense of urgency here. Is this somewhere I can go? Ooh, it's dark back here. Oh, I got something. What was that? I think it was a spell. I could have sworn I saw level 1 something. I was just kind of mashing the button, so... Trap Flora was in one of the other chests. Oh, maybe it was the Shadowa. I'm pretty sure that's new. Our level 4 black spell. That would make environmental sense since we're in a big black void. That's kind of cool. I like that. But yeah, excited about reading. Want to read more books. We have a massive repository of books that I want to read.
Now watch.
Let's drop another save here before we go in the elevator. Smashy! Welcome in, sir. How are you?
Highly unnecessary.
Thank you for Goron City. Thank you for pizza.
This is...
And thank you for...
You don't understand.
For Mark. Alright, this is save slot 3. We'll just call this pre-elevator door. Or actually, we need to go upstairs. There's an upstairs in here. We do have an ad starting in a few minutes. Thank you for Heya. I don't know why Stardew didn't go off there. Maybe the queue just got a little crowded. Alright. And here comes the pizza. God, are you familiar with that reference, Smashy, or do you only know that from my stream? Have you ever seen that full clip in its entirety? Here comes the pizza knowers. Rise up. Okay, there's nothing up here. This is just like where we started, I guess. We can't even go anywhere but down. Okay, before we go in this elevator door, I'm going to go ahead and hit the ad break. And we'll be back in about 3 minutes. Thanks for being here.
Free for all! 3, 2, 1, go! This game's winner is Yoshi.
Oh, the ad break didn't start when I started Smash. Fantastic. Alright, well, for those of you that are not in the ad, or are behind the paywall, this is going to close out Yoshi versus Mario. Yoshi managed to get on the board one more time, so our final score is going to be 7-4 in favor of Mario. I updated the stats tracker in the bottom left, so the rankings are more accurate now. Mario got bumped down to 5th place now that this matchup can be considered. So he was looking really strong earlier because he was kind of sniffing at the heels of Link in 3rd place, but now he's back down to 5th. He does have a chance to overtake Ness in 4th place if he can do well, if Mario can do well against Captain Falcon. since Ness's score isn't going to change. Ness is all done. Mario has one more matchup to go. Yoshi is all done now, so he's going to be firmly cemented at an average of 4.4, which is currently good enough for 9th place. Luigi has one more matchup to go against Donkey Kong. If he can not completely tank against Donkey Kong, he should be able to hold on to 8th. And he could make a run at Samus in 7th if he can do well against Donkey Kong. We need to get our next matchup set up here, and it actually hasn't been selected. No one has selected anyone with channel points. So I'm going to just pick one. And in the name of variety, there's only 3 matchups left, by the way, in this whole exercise. I think for the next one here, I'm going to go with Luigi versus Donkey Kong as our next matchup. So let me get this set up here. Luigi and Donkey Kong. Currently separated by a full point in their average scores. 2 positions overall. We're going to put Luigi in the red corner and Donkey Kong in the blue. Welcome back from ads, everybody. Sorry about that. The ads did not go off when I started the Smash match, so we're a little bit skewed on the timing here. I'm just getting our next matchup set up here. You haven't missed any Blue Dragon gameplay. Let's get our scores set back to 0. And in the left, Luigi. And on the right, Donkey Kong. All right. Cool. So this is going to be matchup number 64 out of 66 for the next 11 ad breaks. Only 2 more matchups to go after this before we have our final statistics for the regular season of Super Ads Bros. We're going to do a special on-stream event to find out who is the best CPU, level 9 CPU of them all. And it looks like that's going to be happening sometime around the end of this month or the very beginning of next month. So maybe that first week of February, as we're doing the hype train for Charity Week, leading up to Charity Week, Heart Week, as I like to call it, we can do the Super Ads Bros finale. Very excited about that. Also very excited. I got to give a shout out, both literally and figuratively, to Leadopus. Let me do that right now in the chat. Leadopus is a longtime Twitch friend, great streamer, great place to hang out, very funny guy, very silly, a very tenacious gamer as well, who I have a lot of respect for in that regard. He will go to great lengths to see every aspect of a game and complete a game, even if it is absolutely destroying him. And I applaud him for that. Him and Prax both have that about them. They are very different chaps otherwise, but they both have that quality to them. But shout out to Lee, because I think Lee helped me crack the case on what we're going to do next for ads, with a very salient thought that he provided on Tuesday, I believe it was, after he raided in. I always wanted to do something with Mario Party for ads, but I couldn't figure out how to make it work. And the problem was either 3 minutes of a Mario Party out of a multi-hour long game isn't interesting enough, or I can't make the Mario Party game last long enough to cover a whole stream. And then I have no recourse when it ends, all that sort of thing. So I think at least what we're going to try is I can set up an automated Mario Party game at the beginning of the stream, which ultimately lands me in the pause menu. And then basically the Mario Party game will only run during the ad, which is such a simple answer, and I don't know why it didn't occur to me. But thank you, Lee, for putting that last piece in the puzzle. That's what we're going to try. So the automated game will be set up, and then when it's time for the ad, I'll switch over and I'll hit start to unpause the game, and the game will play itself. It'll be a 4-player, all CPU Mario Party game. And then when I come back from the ad, I can pause it again, and then we'll go back to whatever game we're playing. And what will be so especially great about this is Smash was great because you could tell it exactly how long to play for, right? 3 minutes. The ad runs for 3 minutes. You run a 3-minute Smash break. On paper, it's perfect. Well, the problem with that is sometimes I need a little bit more than 3 minutes. And so we end up sitting on that results screen for like 2 minutes, and there's nothing interesting for y'all to look at that are just sitting there. With Mario Party, that won't be the problem. Or it won't be a problem because the game will just keep going. So however long I have to step away, Mario Party can run. The tricky thing will be timing it such that we can actually see the results of the party. Because if you set Mario Party to run all CPU players, when it gets to the end of the game, it just mashes through everything and goes back to the title screen. It doesn't like sit on the results screen and wait for you to do something. So whenever we've done it for like the point and click streams, I don't get to see who wins, you know? So that aspect of it will be tricky. I'm not sure what we'll do about that. I'm not necessarily planning to do something like the Smash thing where I like track which players have won the most parties or anything like that. It might just be a more low-key thing to just have something to look at. But I would like to do a prediction, like a channel point prediction, where you could all throw some points in for which of the 4 characters you think is going to win or you want to win. And then at the end, we could find out who won so that I could pay it out. But I don't know how to have a consistent way to see who that winner is. Because obviously I could pause the game on like the last turn, and then we could like watch the last turn together at the end of the stream or something before we raid out. But I still have to be there to pause the game at the right time. You know, if the game ends while I'm stepped away doing something on an ad break, then we're screwed. You know, I got to go back and like scrub the VOD to see who won, and I don't know, that's dumb and anticlimactic. So I don't know if we're going to do that aspect of it, but we're definitely going to try Mario Party automated as the next ad break thing and see how it goes. We'll experiment with it a little bit. I'll try to figure some stuff out. But I think that'll be pretty slick, actually. It's even easier than Smash. I just press the start button 1 time instead of 2 times. Or 3 times. Alright, back to Blue Dragon. Hi, Nima. Hi, sweet girl. What is it? Nima seems like she's like borderline worried about something. Like she's not acting completely rainy, but it's like she feels like she's gonna soon. A 144 by 144 grid? What would we do with that, Smash? Or are you just like alluding to like me being in the writer's room for the Smash Bros thing? And starting that all over again. Oh, and you had said what you knew about Here Comes the Pizza during the break as well. Yeah, the statistics tracking on Mario Party would be pretty intense if we were doing that. Okay, so we're on the 2nd floor now. We're going up. I see a scary robot man over here. Oh, these guys look very familiar. We fought a palette swap with these guys the first time we were here. All combinations of 4 characters for Mario Party matches, yeah. I mean, there's only 8 characters instead of 12. So that's something. I'm gonna use the creature compendium on this guy. Has a simple pattern of using a drill to lower defense and then launching a powerful attack. Okay, that does sound like a pretty simple pattern. He hover. I don't like his bird feet. Nice counter. Yeah, we'll charge this up in case this guy has an absurd level of health. Bye-bye. I guess all you would probably really need to do is just track which characters have the most wins. I don't think it would make sense to, like, track, like, which characters have lost to which character. Or I guess maybe you could rank, like, the 1, 2, 3, 4s. Yeah, you would rank, like, every time somebody participated in a party, you would just write down what place they got, first, second, third, or fourth, and then that could aggregate into a stat table pretty reasonably. I think that would be pretty easy to do. But again, I don't have a consistent way to see the end of the parties. Otherwise, I would totally do that, because I love stats. My kingdom for a spreadsheet, you know? Like, I will make a spreadsheet at the drop of a hat. Any excuse to make a spreadsheet. That's a big bullet. Holy moly. I could do Fortune Street, though. I'd prefer not to leave my Wii on for 5 hours 3 times a week, spinning and spinning. You know, the whole moving parts problem. But I know for a fact that if you do an all-CPU match of Fortune Street, it does pause on the reward screen. So you can always see who won. Because that was a very important aspect of unlocking everything in the game. I have very prescient memories of that process. 8x7 by 6x5. I can't tell if you're serious or not. Okay, we got a chest in there. We came from that way. No, we came from this way. It came from this way. We already went over... Wait, did we already go over to this extreme? Man, B started... no, we didn't go this way. B started Lost Odyssey last night. And it made me feel things. Obviously, I plan to play that at some point. I want to play all the Mistwalker games. I want to play Lost Odyssey. I want to do Fantasian. I want to play the other Blue Dragon games. Like, I've played enough of this game to where I definitely want to play the other two. The 2 DS games. One of them is absurdly expensive, unfortunately. But I do have... I have a DS flash cart, so I could play that expensive game for free to kind of like try it out and make sure that I really want it before I shell out to collect it. Because I'd rather play it to try it out than like watch videos about it, because I'll probably learn more than I want if I watch videos about it. Please get rid of this guy who's trying to blow up. Thank you. Yeah, what's up, Hunter? Yeah, I know there's a lot of big Lost Odyssey fans, and it seems like a lot of people pretty unanimously say that that is like the best Mistwalker game. Or at least it seems to have the largest following of any of the Mistwalker games that I've run into. Not that any of the Mistwalker games have particularly large followings. They're all somewhere from very to extremely niche, in my experience, as far as like people's awareness of them and having actually played them versus heard of them. Like, I know a lot of people who've heard of Blue Dragon, but I don't really know anybody who's played it outside of a couple people that I know on Twitch. But yeah, we're gonna play Lost Odyssey at some point. And I've definitely toyed with the idea of like going on a Mistwalker journey, depending on how the rest of this game goes. The crown jewel of the Xbox 360's library of JRPGs. I mean, that's undoubtedly an extremely small sample size, but I have heard a lot of people echo that same sentiment. Especially now that Tales of Vesperia isn't locked to the 360 anymore. Because those were usually the two that I would hear about. Like, all the JRPG people that I interacted with in, like, the late aughts and, like, the early 10s were like, it's worth getting a 360 just to play Tales of Vesperia. It's that good. And I was like, okay. But it's not locked on there anymore. Now I can play it on my Switch. But I guess at this point I might reassess if there's, like, a reason to play the 360 version over the Switch version. Now that I have a 360. And I imagine the 360 version of it is probably not that expensive. You own Blue Dragon, but you never got into it. Yeah, I understand a lot of things about this game now that I've played it naturally. And I feel like the same people who couldn't get into Final Fantasy IX because of its art style, and the same people who couldn't get into Final Fantasy V because it was goofy, probably also couldn't play this game. And it's really a shame. You know, like, they perceive this game as being, like, kiddie or not dark enough, or, you know, whatever subconscious aversion they're experiencing. When in all actuality, this game is quite serious. This game is really not goofy at all. It's straightforward as well, which I think some people interpret the wrong way. Like, some people might look at this game and say, oh, it's too basic, it's too easy. Which is really stupid, because most JRPGs are patronizingly easy. I don't know where that mindset comes from, but it does seem to be a pretty pervasive idea. Vesperia was very good. There were a few Tales games. Infinite Undiscovery. Yeah, Infinite Undiscovery is behind me. We're going to play that at some point. I also want to play more Star Ocean fans. I played Eternal Sonata. I am a big Tri-Ace. Almost said Triforce. I'm a big Tri-Ace fan. So, definitely want to try anything Tri-Ace or Tri-Crescendo that I can. And, you know, Tales has a lot of overlap there as well. Eternal Sonata is basically a Tales game. Are these actually enemies? No. They're like obstacles. Okay, we're probably going to have to, like, hit a switch or something that deactivates them, or we have to just walk through them and trigger a random encounter or something. But yeah, like with, like, Symphonia got remastered and re-released on a bunch of platforms. But after it was out for a while, everybody that was a fan of the game is like, yeah, there's some issues and the GameCube version is still the best version. Which is really sad. That's unfortunate. And I haven't done the homework to see if people say the same thing about Vesperia. I just bought the Switch version as soon as it came out because I was like, this is going to be the only way that I get to play this game. Because I didn't think I was going to buy this 360 then. But here we are. So now that question's worth revisiting, I suppose. At some point. I'm not, like, about to play Vesperia or anything. Eternal Sonata is a wild one, though. Because the 360 version and the PS3 version of Eternal Sonata are almost entirely different video games. Like, those two versions, quote-unquote, of that game are more different than any two Pokemon games that are, like, from the same generation. And they're, like... It's wild. Like, almost every single cutscene in the 360 and PS3 version is different. When I first went into the game, I thought it was just mechanical differences. Like, everyone said, oh yeah, the PS3 version has this extra content, and it's a lot harder. And again, I was like, well, that's the version we're going to play because it's the version that I can play because I have a PS3 and I don't have a 360. So, end of discussion. But after oh, I see. Okay, it doesn't actually do anything. Okay, it just spawns an encounter. But I beat Eternal Sonata like a year and a half ago, or whatever it was. And then, not too long after I finished it... What is going on with the puppies? I think my neighbors are out doing stuff. Try stealing from these guys. They might have something good. No. They do quite a bit of damage. They're also paralyzing me, which is not great. Can you calm down, Nima, please? Doesn't help that Nima's, like, stressy, so she barks more when she's stressy. I beat Eternal Sonata, and then not very long afterwards, I watched Karkala stream it, and she streamed the 360 version, because she always plays the, like, initial release of a game, and the 360 version came out first. And I was absolutely blown away. Like, I just wanted to watch it because I wanted to see how she reacted to the story and the characters, because it's so, like, wild and emotional, and there's just so much to dig into, like, subtext-wise and art-wise and everything, mechanic-wise. And she has great insight on stuff when she plays it. And I came to find out it's like a completely different video game. And she plays 100% insulated like I do, so I couldn't say anything until she literally finished the game. That, like, wow, this game is, like, 100% different from the PS3 version. Like, almost all the cutscenes were different. And she was like, what? Not many neighbors outside around there today. -6F with a feels like of -27. Whew. Don't you want to come back, bro? Oh my god, that sounds horrendous, Gad. If my neighbors are outside, I'm actually very happy about it. I have to give a shout out to the lady. The lady is my hero. We have... we have this, this part of our, like, property line that we share with our neighbor, where water builds up really, really bad, which is not a good thing. And the reason why water builds up there is complicated. It's partially our fault, because we opted to erect a fence and a gate in this area. And oh my god, this is so many enemies. You're gonna reflect? Oh boy. Waterproofing. That's only for one enemy. I'm still gonna... Maybe... Well, actually, I should just use ground here, I bet. I bet ground will work wonders. It might not actually be good against robots like it would have been in Pokemon, but... we'll see. At least it hits everybody. Okay, so it killed the back row, which is actually something. But these guys all have Reflect against magic, I guess. Okay, but they're not that strong, thank goodness. Anyways, back to the water. The gate that we made is like this super serious heavy-duty gate, and so there's like a concrete stud in the ground to hold it up, which is like very necessary. But because it's in this like tiny little strip of land, that little strip of land had a purpose of like grading, which, if you're not familiar, is like a architectural landscaping type term for like intentional sloping of surfaces for a purpose, I guess. Also, what's up, Dante? Welcome in. And so the purpose of this little strip of land that went between our driveways was to allow water to flow, like, off of the property into, like, the street, basically. And so by sticking a concrete stud in it, it's a lot harder for water to pass through there because that stud goes so deep into the ground. So the water would have to go really, really far under the ground to get past it, essentially, is the problem. And then on top of that, the goobers that put the fence and the gate there damaged the like irrigation lines, and definitely like created a bunch of like leaks and breakages in both our and their irrigation system lines. And I think that made our neighbor really mad, which, you know, I guess that makes sense. But if you're not familiar, irrigation lines are incredibly easy to, like, patch leaks in. It's just like a little tube that you can just, like, cut, and you just, like, stick a thing in it and put it back together. Like, you don't really need any special tools. You could use a regular pair of scissors. It's not something where you'd have to, like, call somebody to have them come out. And since the whole thing is rigged up to one thing, you can just, like, run it and really quickly figure out where the water leak is, because it'll be shooting out of the ground or whatever. And I guess, like, I assumed that the neighbor was being really obstinate and refusing to fix the leak in their system because it was our fault and we did it, you know? Even though it's not like an expensive thing to fix. Like, it's not like it would have cost him hundreds of dollars to fix it and we refused to do it, or something like that. It's literally something that would probably take 10 minutes to diagnose and fix. And, like, probably less than $8. But it just never happened. And, I had the guy's email, and I sent him an email about it. This was, like, 2 years ago. And, you know, it's basically like, this water is, like, causing a bunch of extra effort and work for me. And, like, anxiety as well. Because it's, like, not good for that water to be out there. So I had to do all these wild things to get the water out manually. I keep getting turned around in this room, I'm sorry. But he just never responded to the email, so I assumed that meant, like, screw you, I'm mad at you, or I don't care. This looks like a cutscene place. Is there a save point? I kind of want to backtrack to the save point, just in case there's a boss in here. So it just kind of got left at that. And I was like, okay, well, we're just going to be left to fend for ourselves and deal with all this water forever. So I built, like, an elaborate, like, piping drainage system where I could manually pump out the water to, like, the front yard. And that's worked great ever since. But then, like, this week, something weird happened, and it's like water is just, like, shooting out of the ground in our neighbor's yard. And I don't know why. It's as if their irrigation system is just constantly running with how much water is coming out. But it's not running. And I thought of this, Gad, when you mentioned the cold weather, because it's actually supposed to get kind of cold here this weekend, like cold enough to freeze overnight, which is always, like, kind of a sketchy thing in this part of the country because nothing's built for it. So even though it's not that big of a deal to, like, the human beings temperature-wise, it can be a problem for a lot of, like, structures and systems. So, you know, you have to, like, cover your hose spigots, because because your pipes aren't insulated, and you know, all kinds of like other little things that some people aren't used to. So obviously, like a little like trickle of water constantly shooting out of the ground right next to like our driveways and some pipes that are in the ground is very unsettling. And I didn't really know what to do about it because I didn't feel comfortable approaching the neighbor because they've already kind of like created a standoffish personality about it. And okay, cutscene.
What are you doing?
We're dealing with a ship of this size. There's gotta be more than one eternal engine.
There are 6 of them altogether.
That means 5 to go.
Okay.
Let's go.
The Eternal Engine at Station 1 has been deactivated. Okay, let me write this down really quick. So, at the center of the ship, Zola shuts down 1 of 6 Eternal Engines. Starting with the one at Station 1. I don't know if that station number is just going to correspond with how many we've done so far, or if it's actually going to be important, so we'll see. That was weird. So there's other rooms out here. Maybe some of those doors that were previously locked are going to open now. Oh, or we're going to get another cutscene.
Forgive me, Your Excellency. The Eternal Engines, they,
Silence! This reckless mission of theirs succeeded. Do you know why, Sabo?
No, why?
oh, how could a fool such as I possibly know?
Exactly.
Exactly.
It's because a fool like you is at the controls.
It's your fault.
Sir,
I would not have invited you to board the ship as you did. If my body,
His blankie.
such a blunder would not have occurred.
Not have occurred.
it's all my fault.
Then you know what must be done.
Must be done.
Sir,
Oh, nice. Okay, so that barrier's down. So that's probably going to allow us to progress to new parts of the ship. Okay, so Nene blames Zabo for the party boarding and the disabling of the engine. Zabo leaves the control room. In shame. Potentially to confront us. Okay. Oh yeah, that's a fun one, Dante, when the handheld version of the same game is totally different from the console version. That was a big one back in the the Game Boy Advance era. There were some really famous examples, like the Tony Hawk games, or Metal Gear. Alright, so where was that barrier? This way? There it is. But anyways, to close out the boring, to all of you most likely, neighbor story, the lady is my hero because she just happened to catch the neighbor in the driveway today and, like, talk to them about the water situation. And they were surprisingly nice about it. And,
I'd hoped I'd never have to use them.
oh, what's Zabo doing? Oh.
Do as I say, or I'll fry your puny minds with the control unit. Is that clear? Now,
Can't tell how many of them there are.
wipe out the intruders.
Okay, there's 4. Oh yeah, you got Kappa modded, Dante. Sorry. I didn't even point it out. But yeah, it's all good. Okay, so one more quick note here. Zabo releases 4 creatures / robots to come after us. Okay, so I'm guessing that means that the next 4 engines are each going to be guarded by one of these guys, and then the 5th one, or the 6th one, engines 2, 3, 4, and 5 are going to be guarded by these robots, and then engine 6 is probably going to be guarded by Zabo. That's my prediction. You actually find it interesting catching habits? Yeah, it's a very... I would also use the interesting word to describe, like, when a habit or common behavior is pointed out to me, because a lot of times we aren't aware of it. And I think if we can, like, it's a two-sided thing. So, like, if you can create a healthy relationship with having habits pointed out to you, or a healthy relationship with actively paying attention to them and discovering them, that's a great thing. And then also just kind of the other side of it, like normalizing, like pointing that out to people that you care about, your friends, your family, your partners, whatever it may be, I think is a really good thing too. Because, like, there's so many times where somebody will do something without really realizing it, you know, like whether it's just like like it might not necessarily be a bad habit, you know, that's kind of gray and subjective, but there might be something that a person does regularly, in some kind of pattern that is like detrimental to somebody in their immediate vicinity, and the person who's doing it doesn't realize it, and the person who it's detrimental to might realize that the person doesn't realize that they're doing it, and therefore doesn't realize that it's being detrimental to the other person. And because they care about that person, or they're not sure how to navigate it, they opt to just continue dealing with it, rather than bring it up to the person because they think it'll be more trouble than it's worth, or challenging, or what have you, to have the person, like, confront or address the thing that it is that they're doing. And so you end up with this very common scenario where somebody is, like, dealing with something that they'd rather not be dealing with, but they're doing it because they like care about somebody or whatever. And like the whole situation could be better if there was a normalization of like talking about that kind of stuff. So it's nice when that can happen. You begin so many sentences with honestly. Yeah, we develop so many habits of like vocal tics and like not actual tics. Maybe I shouldn't use that word because that's like a real thing that certain neurodivergent people have that is like involuntary. But we have a lot of like habits for like how we cadence sentences and words that we use. And it's just cool to know those things about yourself or be aware of those things about yourself, because there might be something about it that you wish was different, and if you're not aware of it, you don't really know that you can change it. That was something that I noticed immediately when I started doing YouTube with Vaughn, because I was constantly listening to recorded me talking. And so you become hyper aware of every time that you like say a word a bunch, or every time you say like I just did to fill the space, you know, and it like gets really grating on you because you become like hyper critical of yourself to a point that nobody else ever would. Because, I mean, nobody's really going to pay more attention to you than yourself most of the time. Why did I just go into my menu? What did I pick up? Well, while I'm here, let me heal Morrow. Actually, let me heal everybody. Yeah, and I don't recommend necessarily that people go out of their way to overanalyze the way that they talk, or other people talk. But if it's something that you're interested in, I definitely encourage it. Or if you're the type of person that's like really, really self-conscious about like how you come across, and you're like constantly thinking about how you present yourself to other people and like how you want to be perceived or whatever, that's definitely something that you can like that's a bag that you can reach into for ideas, I guess is a way I could phrase that. But yeah, obviously you don't want somebody to become hypercritical of themselves or become more self-conscious. So it can be a dangerous dance. You know, tread with caution. What is that thing? It's a robot crab? Machine gun crab. And there's a bunch of them. Okay, I probably want to hit these things with some water. They've got a lot of defense. That was also a common thing that we ran into in music school. Like, people would hear their voice, like their singing voice, recorded for the first time, or maybe even their speaking voice. Some people, you know, go through their... This was probably more common when I was in college than it is now. But it's probably still fairly common for people to never have heard their own recorded voice before. It's a very common thing for people to be like, is that what I sound like the first time they hear their voice recorded? but I feel like now probably more people have heard their voice recorded because people like make videos of themselves and whatever. All right, let's bust out ground here. Hit the guy in the back. Whew, that was nice. Man, we love our ground spell, don't we, folks? Zola's waist cape is very cool. Okay, Jiro got to rank 21. And I think this is our pivot point. Yep, and then he needs to go to Guardian or Barrier. We hadn't really decided. We currently have another Guardian, so probably Barrier? Let's take a look here real quick. Well, his Guardian's only level 6. Okay. Let's see if there's anything that we want specifically for him from Guardian. Oh, the HP boost would be really nice. And maybe... Okay, so let's make a new note here. So we're going to say Jiro, Guardian, until rank 12, then Barrier. Was Vaughn called BB Vaughn? Not sure you ever saw him before. No, I actually really wanted him to have that username so that we would be more of like a set during the period of Twitch where we were both streaming. But he already had a Twitch account, like a personal Twitch account that he just like occasionally would watch people with and chat on before we started streaming under Backlog Boys. So he just couldn't really be bothered or convinced to make another personal Twitch account, so he just kept the one that he already had. No, so if you were to ever see Vaughn here, you would see him as Vaughny Boy 8. He is a mod here. He's just never here. All right, let me highlight this. Okay. The Icelandic word Vaughn, which means hope. That's pretty cool. Okay, so Jiro's gonna go to Guardian for a little bit. We would like to put him on accessory +1. Let's get rid of this enhance item for accessory +1. I'd like to get him on this regenerate HP as well, but I don't think we can afford to get rid of any of the rest of these. So that'll be something we have to wait until we have skill +4 for. And then, does everybody else have an extra accessory right now? Except for Zola, because she doesn't have Generalist yet. Alright. Let's see. What do we want to put on Jiro here? We got the dog collar, magic shoes, acorn shoes. Oh, we definitely had this on him, the stomach band. This thing is unbelievably good. Defense and agility go up. HP goes up by a ton, MP a little bit. And then also he can't be put to sleep, and he's the healer, so that's just like a really cool combination of things. Champion's Belt is also pretty great. This would give him even more agility. We just got this one. Maybe we give him this instead, actually, because the MP increase is also important, and speed is also important. He is the slowest character, which is the worst thing for a healer. He's almost faster than Morrow now. Almost. There is a world where we actually make Jiro an assassin just to improve his speed. Let's give this to Zola. Yeah, because Zola's one level behind. I think she oh my god. I think she has leveled up since we got her, and she didn't get a class up, which is unfortunate. But maybe she was 21 when she joined, and not 20. Alright, they got the preemptive on me here, so that really sucks. Fast forward. What is that going to do? Increase speed? 59%. That's what I need. My thing that increases people's speed increases it by 9%. It's like, what the heck are we doing? That's nothing. Our speed stats are in like the 60s, so 9% is like a couple of points. That just doesn't seem worth it. Let's do a ground here. Beautiful. Mow down. Bye-bye. Still 700 EXP before Zola levels up. And we get to find out if we get a class change or not. Really hoping that we do. We need to get her on Generalist post-haste. Where are you? Oh, what are you? Oh, you're a scorpion. But you're made of metal. That's a horrific design. The way that they sound like a suit of armor. Okay, they have really high defense. So it's ground time. Beautiful. And they have a lot of HP too. There we go. Shu's attack is really high. Zola and Morrow have really high attack, and they did, like, pretty low damage against him, but Shu still did, like, 90. Which is bonkers. But then they did 130 there. I don't know what's going on. Maybe their defense goes down after you hit them with a spell or something. I like how Morrow dances, even though Zola is the one who got the last hit, and therefore the animation at the end. It's a nice little touch. Cure All. Guess that's just an item. Experience plus 10. Go Zola. Even if we don't get the class change on her next level, we still want her to catch up to the party. Broken Eternal Engine. Sounds like a super significant item, but it's not. Oh, my tea is gone. Darn. Alright, waterproofing, no big deal. We're gonna hit you with ground. And punches. Watch out for the critical 9 damage. Alright, Jiro. 6 damage for the win. That means they are almost dead, so I'm not going to use another ground spell. Because I should be able to take him out with the mowdowns. That animation is wild. I'm worried that it's lagging every time. Oh, come on. Man, these guys are so bulky. There we go, Shu. Well done. Okay. Zola's getting really close now. Maybe another battle or two. Alright, let me examine this room in peace, please. Magic defense. That's gonna go tomorrow. There's more EXP for Zola. Oh, I hear somebody. I can't tell if these... I think these enemies are just respawning, like, at an interval. And there's not, like, a fixed number of them. Oh, we've got an ad coming in soon. Thank you, Saribot, for the reminder. 1 gold! Oh, dang it. Alright, after this battle, I'm going to run the ad break. Oh my god, this is going to take forever, this preemptive. They're going to try to stun Kluk, who we need to win this battle expediently. That's really annoying. Small Fry Cracker. What a strange name for an attack. So many actions. Can you please stop and let me do something? Okay. I'll be back in about 3 minutes, folks. Thanks for being here.
This is... You don't understand.
You don't mess with the Ouija. I mean, it went to sudden death, so it was pretty close. But that is fun to say. All right, Luigi draws first blood here. 1-0 after the first round. There will be 10 more before we switch to a new character matchup. But if you want to pick who fights next, you can do so with 1,000 channel points. Your options are Samus and Mario. Those are your two options. Samus? Well, I guess I can just tell you the full matchups. The last two matchups are Samus versus Fox and Mario versus Captain Falcon. You can pick either one of those two to be next. You'll effectively be picking the next two matchups with your 1,000 channel points. So technically the most high value choose your fighter ever, because you're picking 4 characters instead of just one, which is what the Redeem was originally intended for. But because we're at the very end, we'll know. All right, scores are updated. We're gonna go to the big cam here because I ran out of time on the first ad break to do this. So we're now going to do our snack tasting that we unlocked earlier. So let's go over here. I'm gonna press the Xbox button so that I don't hear the Blue Dragon music, because we're gonna turn on this music. There we go. The Cap. Thank you for that, Smashy. So our next... There we go. Our next Smash matchup after Luigi versus Donkey Kong will be red corner Mario versus blue corner Captain Falcon. Oh, Draconics, I'm going to give you your points back. You were too slow. And then our final matchup, number 66, will be Samus red corner versus Fox blue corner. Technically, that is a valid selection, Draconics, but you just didn't need to use your points for that because it was predetermined. There was no other option, so I'm going to give you your points back. I wish there was a quicker way to refund people's redeems. It's really annoying. Like, for some reason, the reward queue on the stream manager defaults to showing the oldest requests first, and therefore the newest ones at the end, which would make sense for certain things. There's your points back, Draconics. You know, if you're actually using these to like keep track of something and then you know, working your way through them, you'd probably want to go from the oldest entry to the newest. That makes sense. But there should be able to be a way to just flip it to see the most recent ones first, and you could just quickly, like, as soon as somebody makes a redeem, like, oh, I meant to have that turned off, refund, you know, and just really quickly be able to hit that. It's kind of annoying that you can't do that. Or at least I don't know how. If anybody knows how, feel free to tell me. What's up, Space? How are you? Welcome in. You're just in time for a snack tasting. We spun the wheel a little bit earlier from a spin that we unlocked on Tuesday. So we're all kinds of in the past here. We're going to do kind of a 1.5 snack tasting here. There's going to be a little bonus. We're technically going to taste 2 things. One of them is just really small. The main thing we're going to taste here is this mango flavor of peelers. If you've never seen these before, you could probably find them in most places where you buy snacks. They're quite interesting. It's like a gummy that is peelable. You don't have to peel it, you can just eat it. But imagine like not quite like a gusher, because the center isn't actually liquid, but the center is softer than the outside. So we're gonna try this out together. They smell amazing. Wow. Beautiful mango smell. A mix of natural and artificial mango flavor smell in my book. Absolutely wonderful smell. So what is the main Smash bracket going to look like now? Not exactly sure what you mean by that question, Draconics, but I won't be able to make the bracket for like the final thing until we have all the statistics from this one. So that's the only actual bracket that there will be. That'll be for like the final special stream of Super Ads Bros stuff, which will probably happen like the first week of February. But as far as like what the stats look like right now, it's the same as it has been, if that's what you mean by bracket, just like the ads table. Is it Fox versus Jiggly? I don't know if that's a joke question or not. No, Jigglypuff is at the bottom firmly, and Fox is still on top. Like, I guess maybe that's not a silly question, because in some tournaments, the bottom seed has to face the number 1 seed in the first round, and I've always thought that's a really strange way to do it. You know, and I guess maybe the logic is like the lowest ranked team doesn't really even deserve to be there, or they least deserve to be there statistically, so they have to overcome the greatest hurdle to make it through the first round. I don't know. I think it's kind of a weird precedent. The way that we're going to do the final event is going to work a little bit differently than a standard seeded tournament bracket, but it will be seeded. More on that later. Anyways, let's try out this snack. So there's no seams on this thing. Let me switch over to the roaming mic. Oh, did it die? Okay, we're not going to be able to use the roaming mic. I forgot to charge it. It's dead. So I'm just going to leave that there. I want to come up to the mic, or the camera, and show you what this thing looks like. There's no seams, so I'm not exactly sure how I'm expected to peel this. It's very soft in a very pleasing way. I can kind of like pull things apart. It's very sticky when I do that. I'm just going to eat this. That's wild. So the consistency of the inside is different than the consistency of the outside, but the inside is not liquid. It's just significantly softer than the outer part. The sensation is actually pretty similar to mochi. Not like ice cream mochi, but like actual mochi. The outside especially is very similar. It feels very texturally similar to whatever that like tapioca or whatever it is that they use on the outside of mochi. It tastes very good. It actually has a pretty mild flavor. I'm gonna try to do my best to bite it in half. See if I can get a cross section. It's very hard to see the outside layer compared to the inside layer. It's all the same color, and it probably wouldn't come through on the camera. But there is like a thin membrane, I guess. Not a very appetizing word. I don't know how you would actually peel this though. Like on the packaging, it's depicted as if you can just kind of easily unravel the outside like a banana or something. Made with real fruit juice. It's good though. Yeah, it's got real apple juice and fruit pectin in it. Has carrageenan in it, unfortunately, so probably won't finish the bag, but very good. Very good. Does use gelatin if you're not a gelatin eater. I don't know how you would make something like this without gelatin. I would say the texture and the smell are more fun than the flavor, but it is a good flavor. It's not as flavorful as I wished, though. Like the smell is very vibrant and strong and leads me to believe that it's going to be extremely flavorful and punchy, but it's pretty mild, actually. And I think that's because, or I suspect that that's because the outside probably doesn't have that much flavor. Similar to mochi. It's more about an edible, easy to handle material that protects the inside material where most of the flavor is. Well, that was interesting. And now we're gonna do our 0.5 snack here. These little tiny hard candies in a very old school, you might call this a roll, except it's a rectangular prism and not a cylinder. These are Chowards, or C. Howards, or maybe it's just Howards and the C is a moon. No, it's a C. It's either Choward or Chward or C. Howard. These are guava tropical candies. And I've had one other thing from this brand before. They came in the same type of old school, like kind of waxy foil packaging. And they were lavender flavored mints. And they were unlike anything I've ever had. They weren't super minty, but they were extremely floral. And the lady hated them. She was like, that tastes like shampoo. I can't believe you're eating that. I didn't like love it, but I thought it was very interesting, and I liked the floral aroma. But these aren't supposed to be minty at all. They're just supposed to be guava candies, but I'm guessing they're gonna have a very mild flavor. Hi, Deej. How are you? You like my shirt? Thank you. Yeah, it's Vivi and Bobby Corwin, I like to imagine. It just says Chocobo. Could just be a generic Chocobo, but... so I'll show you up on... I'm going to come up close to the camera. You're not going to be able to hear me because the roaming mic is dead. These candies match my shirt, actually. So just some really old school chalky rectangles or squares. I have a feeling these aren't going to taste super strong, but the guava and the mango go together, you know? They have very sharp edges as well. Not a good candy for a child. It's got the C. Howard's or Choward's logo on the square. I'm sure you're not going to be able to see that. I'm not even going to try to get the camera to focus on it. It's pretty good. The shape is really an issue. Like, you have to suck on these things for quite a while before it's, like, not uncomfortable in your mouth. Which seems like a bad thing for candy. But they're clearly going for, like, a very old school vibe. And I'm sure that's why it has such a old school kind of shape. It's pretty good, though. It's not as tart as I would like it to be, as something that's guava. Guava is a very sour, tart fruit that has a really strong presence. And I like the flavor of it a lot. A little bit bitter, too, actually. And these are just kind of a mild sweetness. Maybe the tiniest little note of tartness. It's pretty good, though. Nothing wrong with it. It's a little Smarties at the end. As you kind of like bite into it and get to the last little powdery bits. But I'm actually kind of a fan of Smarties. I don't mind. Alright, thank you for joining me on that snack tasting. Orange wedges on the wheel are unlocked for the rest of the stream. If there's something you'd like to go for. Pink is still locked. but if somebody can manage to steal Discord Despot away from Holy Gad, you would have a lot of power over our current Tuesday poll. It is currently tied. He hasn't voted yet. So you could swing the entire thing. Tomorrow's going to be the last day to vote for the new Tuesday game, so make sure you've got your votes in. If a poll ends in a true tie, I am the one who has to break the tie. But since we implemented Discord Despot, we haven't had a true tie, which is really nice. Because really, I don't want to pick. I want y'all to pick. I already picked the 3 games. Don't make me do more work. All right, we're going to pause this game, and we're going to go back to this one. You're bracing yourself for cold? Yeah, Gad was just talking about how cold it was there. Oh, Gad did vote earlier. Okay, so that tie has been broken. So if you want to have further influence over the poll, you got to get in there. Or if you want to go for some pink wedges on the wheel back there today, if you're feeling really saucy. All right, we need Kluk to be unstunned here. I'm going to heal her. We do have a Cure Paralysis spell. It's very expensive. But I need to heal her HP first, because she's getting low. We are also bracing ourselves for cold here in Texas, Central Texas. Which, you know, sounds very comical to people in the Midwest, but it's very different than bracing for the cold there. It's obviously not going to get nearly as cold, but it can be very troublesome for systems and structures. So, you know, you got to cover the hose spigots, you got to make sure there's no standing water outside that's going to cause any problems. You got to evacuate your irrigation lines, because we have sprinklers down here in Texas because our yards drink so much. And if there's a bunch of water sitting in your irrigation lines and it gets cold enough for that cold temperature to get below the ground, you know, they can burst, and then you got to fix them, and, you know, all that kind of. So we have our own little rituals that we got to do. That's why it's on the news. You know, people love to laugh at Texans because it, like, makes the news if it's going to go below freezing. That's a big part of the reason why, is because all kinds of little, like, things need to happen around the house. Whereas, you know, in Minneapolis, you're like, oh, it's going to be cold tomorrow. You know, no big deal. We're just going to have to grin and bear it here. Yeah, it'll be fine. It's just one of those things where, like, the temperature is just barely gonna dip below freezing overnight, and it needs to be on people's radar. Especially depending on, like, where exactly you live and what kind of things you have on your property. A lot of people in the Austin area have rain barrels, because water is a huge problem here. We're, like, always in water conservation status. It's kind of like California, where there's, like, never enough rain, and people are constantly being told to, you know, turn off their sprinklers or limit their watering or whatever, because nobody's got any water and the lakes are super low. So rain barrel people need to know when it's gonna freeze. And people with irrigation systems need to know when it's going to freeze. And anybody with a hose spigot or not a well-insulated house needs to know, because, you know, you always hear about, like, oh, don't run your water when it's really cold outside because your pipes might burst. You don't really have to worry about that if you live somewhere where it gets cold all the time. Unless you live in, like, a really dilapidated, non-modernized house. But, you know, like, the average house in Minneapolis is going to be fine to run its water and hot water pipes when it's -16 outside, because it has to be able to do that, because it's going to happen every single time. But there are going to be some houses in Texas that aren't prepared to run their hot water pipes when it gets to like 20 outside for one day in a blue moon. And, you know, those people need to know, hey, don't take a shower tomorrow. Wait till the next day. That kind of thing. It's very dangerous for transplants, especially. Like people who have lived somewhere like Minneapolis and are used to the cold stuff, and they have been like trained to deal with it, to then come to a place like this. And it's very easy to just like kind of laugh at everybody freaking out about it and be like, oh, look at these dumb Texans that are so scared about it getting a little bit chilly outside. What are they so worried about? If only they knew, you know, that kind of stuff. But then you don't maybe realize that your house isn't kitted out in the same way as your house was in Minneapolis. I'm technically from here, but that still happened to us at our old house. Wow, Kluk got paralyzed again. That is horrendous. This fight sucks. They keep ganging up on her so that I have to use my turn with my healer to heal her rather than cure her paralysis. She's the only person that can do like decent damage to these enemies because they have super, super high physical defense. And she's my magic attacker. Plus my formation is reversed because they got a preemptive on me. So all of my attackers are in the back row instead of the front row. So their damage is even further reduced. This fight is a nightmare. And there's just so many of them. You ran to the grocery store in shorts and a zip-up. Some lady called you a true Minnesotan, and then you told her you grew up in Virginia. Yeah. Minnesotans love to think that they're the only ones that know what cold is. And snow. And struggle. And all the other bad things. Hey, Doc, thank you. Yeah, I love this shirt. Okay, once again, you know what? I'm gonna not do this. I'm gonna actually get rid of the paralysis. She should move up in the turn order. Yep. And then I can use an item to heal her. How are you doing, Leandra? You didn't play this game, did you? Okay, the blue guys are finally done. That's gonna help a lot. Yeah, they suck. I just can't attack them when they're in the back row. You have not played this game. Okay. This game is very good. Yay, Battle Essence. Okay, I'm pretty sure we're going all the way to 25 with Shu, but I've already forgotten. 1 second. I went too far. Yeah, 25. Okay. It's been an option for a while. Has it just been losing polls? We know how that goes around here. We actually have a poll running right now that is composed of all losers. Always a bridesmaid, yeah. We have a bridesmaid poll going right now in the Discord.
I don't believe you.
Alright, I am not going to let you get a preemptive on me. What's up, Jem? How are you? You feel like this game is pretty fun? Also, good menus. Yeah, we love a good menu. Me and Smashy know the joys of menuing. No, non-ironically, though, this game is really great. Mechanically, it does so many things that I wish other games did. There's just a lot of really thoughtful attention to detail in the systems. And those of you that have been here for every stream have heard me say this way too many times, so I apologize for repeating myself, but my favorite type of game is one that has extremely simple to understand and self-evident systems that allow for complex scenarios and combinations, rather than complex systems that make every scenario complex. Like, I like those too, and I like things that are just simple and don't have any complexity as well. You know, I play Pokemon. Not that there's not complexity in Pokemon, but it mostly exists in competitive play and not like the vanilla video games. You kind of have to create the complexity for yourself with like a challenge run or... But my favorite is the middle option, where it's really easy to understand, but you can do a lot of really cool stuff with it that's not self-evident. Always a blue bridesmaid, never a blue dragon. Yes, I believe that's how the saying goes, Smashy. Something Japanese, something turn-based. Okay, we finally got our class unlock for... what's her name? Zola. So Zola's getting Generalist, and she's going to immediately class into it. Wait, she gets 2? Oh, they're just giving her 2 right off the bat. Okay, this is great. We probably want to give her Monk. I don't see any interest in giving her Barrier or Support. So it's definitely between Guardian and Monk. And I think Monk is the better choice for her. Yeah, we get 2 back-to-back. That's wild. It makes sense, though. Because she joined our party 2 classes short of what everybody else has. Because the class unlocks have been based on character-level milestones. So she's just getting caught up. She just joined our party. So they're just catching her up. This is the wrong menu. Always a sword master, never a generalist. We love generalist. Okay, while she's in generalist, let's give her... Oh, we definitely need this speed. Holy moly. Speed, mow down, and... We don't really need any of the rest of these. Or no, wait, she was our stealth. We'll just give her stealth. That makes sense. So she's going to stay generalist until, what is it, rank 11? Where she gets skill +3. How you been lately, Gem? What's going on with you? Yeah, 11 is skill +3. Okay, so let's write this down. Zola is going to be generalist until rank 11. Then Monk. Most likely Monk. We might want to do something different with her. We can pivot when we get there, but I just want to have a plan so that I can immediately reclass her when we get there and not have to dive back into the manual for 5 minutes. I'm trying to limit the number of times that I do that, both for y'all's sake and mine, because it's really annoying when I go to make my timestamps to have to add additional timestamps for all the times that I'm sitting and looking at the menu or the manual. We need a Zephyr here, and then heal here and here. Okay, cool. Okay, I still don't think that we're done examining this room. We've been trying to examine this room for a long time, but the enemies keep respawning. Now I gotta reorient myself to figure out which door I came in versus which one I want to go out. I think we may have finally examined everything in this room. Okay, there is a path behind that door, but it's locked. Okay, so let's figure out if this is new or old. The menu is the main game. Oh, we got a checkpoint here. Okay, so this is probably Yep, there's another one of those. So is this going to be one of the bossies? Yep. Oh, he has guns. An invader. You may call me Silent Coup. My style, my technique. You will die. Okay, boss time. Horns up for the boss theme. Those pistols are long. Oh, that's 2 attacks. Okay, but 1 missed. I assume that this thing is going to be weak against water. So I could just open up with a water sword. But I'm going to wait. Let's just do a regular attack here. Charge it up a little bit. And then I'll go ahead and use Kluk's turn to scan the boy. See what we can learn. Silence is a means by which it builds up power until it unleashes an attack like a mighty river. What? Does that mean it's literally going to use a silence status against me? What a cryptic description. None of the other enemy descriptions have been cryptic like that. It's like a riddle. Well, we're doing a lot of damage to it. So that's cool. I'm going to go ahead and take this turn to use a magical medicine on Jiro because his MP is low. Oh yeah, I can use 2. Yeah, we'll go ahead and use 2. Because we're probably going to need it. Gunman mode. Okay, he switched modes. I hope this doesn't mean he's, like, gonna counterattack now. We'll see. I'm assuming it just means... Oh, okay, I was right. Crap. Okay, so he counters when he's in this mode. Should have trusted my instincts, I guess. What can you do, Maro? You can heal. Alright, well, how about you use heal on Shu? And we'll have Jiro revive Zola. Holy moly, that's a lot of damage. Okay, he's not in the counterattack state anymore. It's weird that there's no lightning in this game. I feel like that's really missing. What's the turn order look like? He's going next. I'm just gonna hit him with water and see what happens. Use the boost to get through! Exactly. Okay, 100 damage on Maro. Glad he didn't kill Kluk there. Let's see how much this does. Okay, it's good damage. Okay, well, we're gonna have to use this turn to restore Kluk's health instead of bringing back Zola. Now, let's see if Water Sword or Watera Sword does significantly more than the regular attack. And then Maro, I'm going to have you heal yourself, actually. He just happens to be carrying off-white magic right now, so we'll utilize it. Charge it up just a bit. Alright, Watera Sword, what do you got? Is that the enemy bioweapon? Oh, that's much better than his regular attack. Okay, we're going to keep using that. Okay, now he's countering. So we are going to stay away from him and be on the defensive for a couple turns. I'm tempted to try to steal from him, actually. He is a boss, after all. Because I have reason to believe he will probably also counter magic attacks. He might even counter stealing. We'll see. Okay, he didn't counter stealing. Whew! Man, that's a lot of damage. Okay, well, that blows. We have a revive spell, but I like using items to revive because of double item. So we can revive somebody and give them more health in the same go. There we go. Okay, he's not in gunman mode anymore, so I should be able to attack safely. Water a sword. We're gonna keep rolling with that. There we go. What is this gonna be? Oh, there's the silence. Okay, he just silenced my white mage. That's a problem. I don't want to kill him before reviving Zola. I don't think he's low health, but I bet we're over the hump. We've done about 2,000 damage to him. So I want to be careful. But I think it should be pretty safe to use Watera here. Hopefully it doesn't do like 600 damage and kill him. Oh, crap. Well, if he counters this, that's going to really suck. Okay, he does counter magic, but she didn't die. That's good. That's good. Maro, you get a little heal on Kluk, please. Thank you. Oh, nice. He didn't do anything. Okay, and then double item here. We can finally get Zola back up. Gang's all back together again. He's probably going to immediately kill somebody this turn. Whoa! That was a huge attack. Whew, okay. We're going to do another Watera sword here. And then we can have Kluk bring Jiro back up. It's one way to get rid of the silence. This is a little dangerous. We're playing the odds here. We've got basically 4 of our 5 characters in kill range. Okay, nice. Shu lived. I need everybody to live long enough for Jiro to do Zephyr on his next turn. I get 2 actions before he gets to go again. So I guess we're just gonna go Mega Medicine on Shu, and then Zola, Mega Medicine on Kluk. Just not overthink this. Okay, cool. He's using his turn to go into the counter state. That's perfect. So this is one more item that I can use. We'll go Zola here. Okay, he just changed his state again. Perfect. Now we get our Zephyr without even having been hit. And this will get everybody pretty much topped off. Alright, now we hit you with a Watera. We can go on the offensive now. Just gotta watch out for him to switch back to gunman mode. Man, he gets a lot of criticals. We're okay, though. I'm going to keep pressing the attack. Watera. Oh, did we get him? Did we get him? Cool. Alright, well, I'm glad I healed everybody with the priority that I did, because he didn't telegraph low health. Some of the bosses have, and some of them haven't. They're probably all programmed to, but it's like percentage based, and maybe it's kind of hard to hit sometimes. I don't know. Now we loot. The lady is cooking something, and it smells really good. SP plus 10, Zola. Hey, there's accessory plus 1. I suppose we could immediately give her one of those. Oh, she has all Jabral stuff. I didn't even realize that. That makes sense, though. Let's give her the stomach band. Mostly for the HP. But the other stuff is good, too. And we picked up another Jabral necklace. I kind of forgot. Do we want to give that to anybody? Oh, maybe it was a bracelet. It's a bracelet. So this is attack. Okay, we would lose 5 MP and gain 15 attack. Yeah, that seems worth it for Shu. He hardly ever uses MP. We'll make that trade. Yeah, it smells like spaghetti. It smells really good. And this corner. Okay, there's 2 other doors before we let this sparky barrier down. Hey, Eris. Sketty? Yeah. Spaghetti! How you doing, Eris? What's up? We got a chest over here. Yeah, we love some sketty, even if it's not midnight. But we especially love it at midnight. You're okay? I'm good. I'm Gucci. It's a good day. Oh, I guess this is going to be the center room where we disable another one of the engines. The center shaft. My god, those emotes. Wow. The Eternal Engine at Station 2 has been deactivated. Okay. We defeat... Silent Coup. And deactivate the Eternal Engine at Station 2. That rhymes. Dr. Seuss wrote that line. So quiet in here. Sheesh. This room is also terrifying. Very Death Star. Okay, so every time we deactivate an engine, we're going to deactivate one of those little barriers. Oh, Eris, make sure you vote for the new Tuesday game. We got a poll running. It ends tomorrow. I don't always call out specific people, but sometimes I do. We had a tie that needed to be broken earlier, so I've been really on top of reminding people to vote today. I don't think it's tied anymore, but please call me out. Thank you. All right, you're welcome. Oh, we're going to fight another one right away. No save point. This is a little scary. Also, I should have healed. Oh, you have swords. Look at you.
So you're the ones that Zabo the Master spoke of. I'm Turbulent Mai, as wild as the wind, and thanks to you, I'm free again. As a token of my gratitude, I'll show you some real fear.
Turbulent Mai. So I wonder what Ku and Mai are. I have a feeling that there's like some type of meaning there. I'm kind of hoping this guy doesn't hit as hard as the last guy, but I feel like there's a good chance that he hits even harder. We're going to open up with a Zephyr here, because I didn't top off everyone's health after that last battle. And then let's scan this loser. Even the most masterful of swordsmen cannot abandon magic. Abandon magic? Are you trying to tell me that he's weak against magic? It's a weird way to say that. Alright, well, let's hit him with some water, I guess. That's good against all the other robots we've fought so far. Okay. Turbulence. Oh, God. Oh, he swapped my formation. You've broken our formation. I'm impressed. That's not good. That is so much damage. Ugh. Okay. Well, theoretically, I want to hit him with that again so that he'll flip my formation back to the way that it was. Yo, what's up, Gooby? Sparky is a violet fraud because I can't tell the difference between that color and blue. Fascinating. Thank you all for voting in the poll, by the way. Appreciate it. Okay, we don't need to do a Zephyr here, so we can do Heala on Kluk, who got walloped. Let's charge this up, because I want this fight to be as short as possible. Attack. Attack. Now let me see if I do Watera here, will he do the formation flip thing again? Is that what he does when you hit him with water? Okay. That did not do very much. Ugh. Okay, we're gonna do an item revive here. Oh, you have a poll running right now too, Eris? Yeah, I will definitely vote in it. Thank you for reminding me. Hanging in? It's been stressful in your area? Yeah, no doubt. No doubt, Gooby. I feel you on that one, man. I mean, I'm not there, but I'm tuned in with lots of friends there, obviously. Also, yeah, hype E for FF9. Spoilers, that's what I'm going to vote for. Because while I love Pokemon, the Gen 2 remakes are very long, and I really don't think that... vanilla Pokemon is really hard as a stream game. Even challenge runs is hard as a stream game. It seems like Pokemon only works as a stream game if you are a Pokemon streamer. Is kind of what I'm learning. And it's like why everybody disappears whenever I do anything Pokemon on my channel. I don't foresee me doing any Pokemon stuff on my stream unless it's like a new release video game. Like when Gen 10 comes out, I'll probably stream that a little bit around launch to see what it's like. But that's probably the only Pokemon type stuff you can expect from me. Okay, well, let me do Water a Sword here again. Maybe I'll get lucky and he'll flip my formation back. Gen 10, yeah, it's coming. It's coming. The titles got copyrighted. Okay, I feel like this is him preparing to do the thing. So I just need to get everybody's health up out of kill range. I think all I need to do is just have Klook use a potion on Jiro. Or maybe he'll counter while he's charging? Nope. Okay, Mega Medicine, Jiro. Okay, he's apparently just not going to do that again. Wow, he just made 4 out of 5 of my party members dizzy. That is so mean. I have no easy way to deal with that. We don't have any AoE status heals, and further, we only have like 2 out of the 8 status effects corresponding status heals. I guess the way to get AoE on a status heal is to charge it, and that's probably why they don't give us a dedicated AoE spell. What do I want to do here? Man. I think I gotta just go. I gotta just go here. Water a Sword. Charge it up a little bit. A cast form streamer. Wow. Luke's dead. Jiro's dead. Okay, well that partially fixes my formation issue. Let me get Jiro up. You feel so old. Okay, we need a Zephyr here. Real bad. We're about to get hit with an ad. I'll pause in a minute here. Okay, that didn't do as much. That's good. The Dizzy is also gone, which is very good. Hopefully we're over halfway on this guy. I feel like we are. He probably has about the same amount of health as the last one. I'm not going to do any more Water Swords, because I think my regular attack's going to do about the same. Yeah, if not more. Okay, we'll do an item revive here, so we can do our 1-2 punch. Gonna have to buy some Mega Medicines soon. Okay. Anticipate. Okay, that very specifically tells me that he's gonna counter if I do something to him. So let me go on the defensive for a few turns here until he gets out of that state. But I'm gonna go ahead and run the ad here. I'll be back in about 3 minutes. You're gonna see Smash if you're not in the ad break. Vote in that poll in the Discord if you haven't already. Thank you to those that have. Be back in a few.
This game's winner is Donkey Kong. How's that? Pow! That's an effective hit!
All right, let's go, monkey. DK is on the board now. So it's 1-1 after 2 rounds. 9 more to go. DK looking to get out of the bottom 3. He's gonna need a lot of help if he wants to do so. Yoshi's pretty far away in 9th. And Luigi trying to claw his way into 7th. He's pretty close. Definitely has a shot to overtake Samus if he can do well here. Okay. Back to the game. We're in the middle of a boss battle. This guy's really annoying. He's in a counter state, so I don't want to attack him. I need to do other things. Cool music for this game? Well, this is a Nobuo Uematsu soundtrack. So naturally, yes, the music rules. The boss theme is a weird niche example of the soundtrack because the rest of the soundtrack isn't really like this. This is such a wild boss theme with like the vocal and everything. I keep forgetting to look it up to confirm, but I think this is the... I'm just going to look it up right now, actually. Yeah, this is the vocalist here is the vocalist from the band Deep Purple, who is a famous 70s rock band that Uematsu like explicitly has cited as an influence among many other like early heavy metal and progressive bands before those actually became genres. They don't really feel like hard rock or heavy metal or progressive in retrospect, because those genres have continued to get heavier and more progressive, but they were like at the beginning of it. Deep Purple's a great band. It's unfortunate that the only Deep Purple song that most people know is Smoke on the Water, which is like a great song with cultural significance, but it's reduced to like a Guitar Center guitar riff for 12-year-olds as well. And this song sounds like it could be a Deep Purple song as well. Like it's got the organ and really good guitar. Richie Blackmore was the main guitar player for Deep Purple, and he was really, really good. And a lot of people don't know about Richie Blackmore, which is unfortunate. You love out-of-tune Deep Purple riffs by a 10-year-old? I mean, if a 10-year-old played an out-of-tune Deep Purple riff that wasn't Smoke on the Water, I'd be like, yo, impeccable taste. You know? Also, it's also funny because, like, the main riff from Smoke on the Water that everybody knows and associates with, like, amateur guitar playing is actually played on an organ, and it just kind of sounds like a guitar because it's got so much like honk and distortion on it. So that's kind of funny as well. But if you've never listened to the full song Smoke on the Water, I strongly recommend it, because like the chorus has a really interesting harmonic structure that's not like the verse riff, which is the riff that everybody knows. And also the guitar solo in Smoke on the Water is great. It's a fantastic guitar solo that no amateur would likely attempt. Even an intermediate would probably be scared of that guitar solo. It would be fairly easy to learn, but difficult to master. It's got a lot of nice little expressive bends and slides and things like that that a lot of people would have trouble replicating. Well, of course, but not me. I would have no trouble. Why are you gassing me up like that, Eris? Okay, let's get back to this boss before I go deeper down the Deep Purple hole. I need to do something here that's not an attack. What is the best value here. Probably just to heal Jiro to make sure he doesn't die. 30 HP is not enough, though. He is of Dabber fame. Wait, what did I just do? No, I misclicked the wrong item. Curse this Xbox 360 D-pad. Okay, well, I guess I'm just gonna do another item turn here to do what I meant to do. How did I get to Cure All? Where even is that? I guess I pressed up from here. Oh, that's so dumb. Whew, he's strong. Okay, he's out of counterattack state, though. That's good. Miss? Mara, why are you gonna miss? Oh, he's dizzy. I just realized. Or silenced? Let's hit you with a Watera. Tiny charge. We have open collabs for the Gotoms. Wow, Gooby's really getting away with murder here with all the Kappas. Because he has a mod sword. Auto mod doesn't grab him. It's okay, man. Wondering if I should do Zephyr or Gila here. Probably Gila. God, he's strong. We're doing alright, though. Nice crit. Okay, hope we just have to hope that he doesn't attack Kluk on this next turn, I think. Yeah, I know. You come from old school Twitch. I know you don't mean it nefariously. It's all good, Gooby. We're IRL friends. I'm just having fun. I'm just having fun at your expense. Okay. Luckily, he was only one hit away, and we just got out of that battle. That's fantastic. Zola's caught up on classes, but she's still one level behind, so I'm going to keep giving her the experiences that we find. So many nothings in this room. Oops. Accidentally mashed through that. Do-do-do. So many nothings, yay! That's not sarcasm, by the way, we want those. Okay, let me heal everybody before I forget. This song goes so hard. It's got that slow, sludgy crawl. And a Zephyr. Okay, everybody's at full. And we just need to restore a buttload of MP to Jiro. Magical medicine. It'd be really nice if there was another save point in here. It'd be nice to not have to backtrack. It is checkpointing me after these bosses, or before them. So I'm pretty sure we'd get to go back to a checkpoint if we lost. But it's a little spooky. Okay, so this should be the central room. What was that guy's name? Turbulent Mai? We defeat Turbulent Mai. I think that's right. and deactivate the Eternal Engine at Station 3. Shout out Station 4. We're headed for Station 4. OG Minneapolis St. Paul heads know. Shout out Station 4. Where I played some of the dingiest, loudest, low-paying shows of my life. Rip metal ensembles. Yeah, Gad knows. You don't know Station 4? Station 4 was a really, really dingy rectangle of a venue in downtown St. Paul that did all the like metal shows. So if like a big metal or hard rock act was coming through like nationally, it was one of the only places for them to play. So every once in a while there'd be like big names there. But like every other day of the week, it was like crappy metal bands from our college. And they were notorious for being like the most unwelcoming, low-paying venue ever. Like they probably hated that there were like kids playing there all the time, you know, so it was like very cyclical. But they'd charge like a $3 cover. You wouldn't get any of it. And they'd like make you do 21 plus sometimes, which sucked in college because not everybody was 21. And they were very stingy about like who's going in and out certain doors, you know, when you're trying to like load in or whatever, and you needed like bracelets or stamps or stuff. And it was always a racket, and they were never nice to you. And you were always playing at like 1 a.m., you know, on like a Tuesday. But it was one of the first places where Do a Barrel Roll played live. We had one of our ensemble nights there, even though we weren't a metal band. I remember that show quite well. I'm trying to think of the other times that I played at Station 4. I feel like I played at Station 4 at least 3 times, but I don't remember who with. I don't know who I would have played with there other than Do a Barrel Roll. Maybe Do a Barrel Roll played there twice, and I went to a lot of shows there too. Yeah, it was a very loud concrete box with a giant pillar right in the middle of the room that would have been like the best place to stand and watch the show. But if you stood there, you wouldn't see anything. And yeah, the mixing was awful. I remember that was one of the venues I was so glad after I got my musician's earplugs. I was like, oh, I can go to shows at Station 4 again without dying. He's running away. Yes, Do a Barrel Roll is the name of the video game music band that I'm in, Eris. And the bot is helping me with some self-promo. But yeah, that band started as a school curriculum item in music college because we had to be in an ensemble if you were a performance major. And your midterm and your final were gigs that your, you know, ensemble department leaders or whatever would book for you. And you'd have to like show up, load in, perform, and you'd get like a grade on like how you did. And I didn't want to be in any of like the pre-existing ones. Partially because I was a contrarian and partially because I was scared to audition for them. because I knew I didn't have like the acumen for certain ones, and I was afraid I was gonna just get like pushed into a random one. It's like, oh well, there's no guitarist in this random like Latin ensemble, so we're just gonna put you in that one because they need somebody and you're not in one yet. You know, I was afraid of scenarios like that. But then I found out there was a cheat code where you could just make your own if you could find somebody to be the teacher person at the top of it. So basically, if you were friends with a teacher, and you could get them to say yes, you could just make your own ensemble. And there was a guy. Oh, Maro's just always dancing at the end of battles. Okay, he didn't do that because Zola won. He just always does that. There's probably another battle in here. Did I come in from this way? You're all about being contrarian? Yeah, we were talking about that last night, weren't we? I think I came from this way. Yeah, we came from this way. Okay. So yeah, I was friends with the film score teacher at the school. Well, I'm skipping a part of the story actually. I found out that there was a guy who had started a Final Fantasy ensemble specifically at the school, and I was like, I need to be in that. But because theirs was like a custom created one, it wasn't one you could like audition for or whatever. And I think they already had like 2 or 3 guitarists, so they didn't really need another one. And so somebody had to tell me like, no, you can't just like join that one. And I was like really upset about it for a while, because I was like, dang it, like I would be so perfect for this. I like already know a lot of these songs. It would be so much fun. It'd be so easy. I am now friends with that person that I had no idea who they were then. We didn't really know each other in college, but I'm friends with that person now, who started the Final Fantasy ensemble. They've seen Do a Barrel Roll live many times. They've been to VGM Con. So what ended up happening after that is I found out that I could make my own. And I was friends with the film score teacher, and I talked to him, and he was like, yeah, if you lead the thing so that I don't have to lead it, and then I can just use the rehearsal time as like office hours, you know, I'll just put on like my noise canceling headphones so I don't go deaf, and just like read a book or like grade assignments while you guys rehearse. I'll be the like figurehead, teacher head of your creative ensemble, and then you will actually take care of like leading the other students. And I already had a group of people that had a group of friends that had agreed to be in a video game ensemble. So we had like the perfect scheme, and we kind of like gamed the system so that everybody got what they wanted. I guess I can say his name because he's a public figure, Gad. It was Sean McMahon. But yeah, so we started as the video game ensemble, just so that I could circumvent the normal curricula. I'm gonna water the back row here. I think regular water is gonna be enough. But yeah, that was fun. So we did that for a semester, and I asked everybody if they had enough fun to want to do it again the next semester, and they all said yeah. So we did it again, and then we were all graduating. And I was like, you guys want to be a band? And there was a little bit of reconfiguration at that point, but that's where it started. And the lineup is almost entirely different now. Only me and one other person are from the original lineup. From when it was a class, quote unquote. But that's when it started. You thought it was everyone's favorite, looks like Satriani plays like Vi Boston Ensemble? Well, Boston Ensemble only played one show, right? And that was at Minnesota Music Cafe? Or did we play twice? I thought we only played once. The way I could do so much better at a Boston Ensemble now. We need to do a Boston cover band where we just use Brad Delp's stems, so we don't have to find a unicorn vocalist. Uh-oh, he's using Wallop. I know you've got him. I've got him too. I may have gotten him from you. I don't remember. Oh yeah, Ram could totally do it. Ram could totally do it. Vocalists are hard to find, especially when you're trying to do a specific tribute act where you're imitating someone else's voice. And the vocalist from Boston is one of the most gifted vocalists to ever live. So trying to find somebody who's into that music and physically capable of doing it is nigh on impossible. Okay, Jiro just hit his... Oh, no, wait, he's going to rank 12. Okay, he's going to rank 12, but I want to equip that ability on him. I want to give him this boost max HP. Yeah, 10 magic defense in exchange for 40 HP. I think I gotta take it. So maybe instead of switching him to Barrier Mage at rank 12, we switch him back to Generalist to go for skill plus 4. Because we're starting to get into a situation where we want skill plus 4 with everybody, because we have so many. So maybe that's what I'll do with some of the people who have no path right now. Which I believe is our two Wallopers, Morrow and Shu. Morrow Guardian until something else needed. And then Shu Monk until 25. He's at 19. 25 is going to be a long way. But even aside from that, vocalists are very hard to find. Yes. Vocalists are very hard to find, because most vocalists want to do a specific thing. Or it seems to be more common for a vocalist to want to do a specific thing than somebody who plays like guitar or keys or bass or drums or whatever. Like, it's like, oh, I want to start a rock band or a country band or a like progressive rock band or a jazz band. Like, you're going to be able to find a drummer for those things. And the drummer might not, like, the drummer that you find might not be their favorite style of music, but they're going to be capable of doing it, and they're going to be open to playing it for money or gigs or exposure or connections or whatever. But a vocalist, not necessarily. Like if a vocalist doesn't want to sing country, they're not going to for money most of the time. Or if a vocalist can't, there are so many physical limitations too. So like progressive rock singers are usually like males with really, really high registers. And so unless you're a woman or a very, very gifted male singer, you're not even going to be able to sing that music. And then, do you want to? You know? Or I guess if it's like a jazz band, you might not need a vocalist because there's a lot of instrumental jazz and vocal jazz, and they're very like separate a lot of times. There's also a lot of different subdivisions of vocal jazz that are very different from each other. So yeah, it's hard. I mean, it's always going to be hard to find the right people to be in a band, but I think the vocalist is the hardest, because the vocalist is the person that the listener, like the non-musician listener, is automatically going to pay the most attention to and relate to the most, is the vocalist. There's just like no way around that. So the vocalist kind of becomes a very large part of like the fingerprint or the identity of the band. So it's like in a lot of the ways, depending on like, you know, if you're doing originals versus covers or the genre or whatever, oftentimes the vocalist is like the most important. So that can make it the most difficult to select as well. Like maybe you have a pool of people that are interested, but they're not the right fit according to the other people that are in it or whatever. There's just so many extra factors that go into a vocalist. There's more physical limitations because the body is the instrument. And there are certain things about a human voice that are like limited to like genetic and hereditary things that can't be like trained and enhanced like you might be able to with like finger dexterity for keyboards or a string instrument, like where you can keep practicing and keep getting better. Like you can't go into the woodshed and make your voice higher or lower, you know, like for the most part your register is your register. Like you can get a little bit of extra headroom on one side or the other, but like your range is kind of determined by your age and your sex assigned at birth and some other things. So it's a little bit less malleable than your hands or you know, your feet, I guess, depending on what instruments you're playing. Yeah, vocalists are hard. Did we fight a third thing? No, we didn't. We did not fight a third thing. I was in the middle of figuring out where I was. If I could have any vocalist, who would it be? What do you mean if I could have them? I don't want ownership of another human being, Eris. Why do I have them? I know that's not what you meant. I'm being silly. But please clarify. Oh, dang it. I mashed through an experience Bob again. I'm not used to how many of those we've gotten. Oh, that's a chest. I thought somebody was sneaking up on me. Oh, like who would I want to like start a band with? Oh. Okay, I don't know what this is, but I'm assuming it's a shop. Let me save first. We're probably going to save again. Last save was 4, but I didn't write it down. That's messy. Okay, so we're gonna save 5. I'd have to give that some serious thought. There's so many really cool vocalists out there, and I'm the type to overthink this question. Because I'm not just thinking about like their voice and like what they could do. I'm also thinking like, oh, well, who could I like be friends with and like go on tour with and like spend a lot of time hanging around, and would we write songs together, or would I write the songs? There's so many good choices. Let's just call this after 3 engines shop/chest area. Okay, and then is this a shop? Oh, it's a hotel. Okay. It's just gonna heal me. Okay, that's good. What's in these chests? Do you have a prepared answer for that question, Eris? I guess probably not, because you're not thinking about starting a band. But is there like a vocalist that you like really idolize? Their talent or their timbre or something? I guess this isn't necessarily my like end-all be-all answer, but one vocalist that jumps to mind that I really enjoy right now, that I feel like I could probably get along with and play a lot of fun music with, is Jacob Jeffries, who most of you aren't gonna know. He's not like a famous person. He's a vocalist that's been doing a lot of stuff with Wolfpack the last couple of years, and because I'm a huge Wolfpack fan, I know who he is. Yeah, Whitney was amazing. For sure. But see, like, I wouldn't want to be in a band with Whitney Houston. Like, as monstrous and volcanic as her talent is, like, I don't think I would have much to contribute. You know, like, I don't know if I would have fun, like, playing keys 4 meters behind Whitney Houston and just kind of like basking in her talent, you know? Or like, I guess I would have a certain amount of fun, but I don't know how much fun or fulfillment I would get. Oh god, yeah, if I have to deal with Bobby, that's totally a deal breaker. Yikes. Oh yeah, I'm an OG Wolfpack fan, Smashy. I've been listening to Wolfpack since like 2013. Oh, are you a boss or just a regular enemy? This thing is very scary. But yeah, Jacob Jeffries seems like a really fun guy. He has a really cool voice. And I am partial to the high male register, that unicorn register that I wish I had. And he's got it. Trying to get everybody to learn Christmas in LA for the holiday sing-alongs, that's hilarious. That would be such a fun sing-along. I love Christmas in LA. The only Christmas song I'll listen to not at Christmas time. Okay, we've got a big enemy, but it's not a boss. Really happy that I'm getting to open up with ground here. It's probably better for me to go attack rather than mow down here, because the crabs take like no damage. But maybe I'll charge this up, like all the way. He's very slow. Okay, nice. We got rid of the guy in the back row. That's fantastic. You had a guy still on soprano in high school choir? Wow. Late bloomer or something, or just lucky, depending on your perspective. How you doing, Kiki? Claudio? I don't know who Claudio is. He seems like such a nerd. When you say a mononym of a person and they're a nerd, the first thing I think of is Yanni. I don't know what I want to do with Jiro here. I wish I had some kind of AoE barrier magic. So, nullify a physical attack inflicted on one target in the front. Create a barrier against physical attacks for one target. Let me try charging this up. Okay, I missed the sweet spot by a little bit. Okay, I'm gonna take a leap here and attack the big guy. Okay, he didn't counter. That's good. Week's not been great due to family conflicts. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Kiki. I hope things settle down soon. Wow, Automod did not like the word luscious. That's so funny. Okay, a second ground should get rid of the crabs, and then we can just focus on this double axe guy. I think Yanni looks like a huge nerd. I feel like he wouldn't play the music that he does if he wasn't a huge nerd. Maybe he doesn't realize that he's a huge nerd. But I would say, irrefutably, Yanni is a huge nerd. Maybe the boomer moms that love him don't know it either, but yeah, he's a massive nerd. And I say this as a massive nerd myself. There's nothing wrong with being a huge nerd, to be clear. But there's no doubt that he is one. I don't know if he's trying to beat those allegations or not, but in case anyone was wondering, yeah. Yanni passes the nerd check, or fails the nerd check, I guess, depending on your perspective. Should I use fire on you? Sure. We haven't used Flare in a while. Passes. Okay. That's not... Yeah, let's make it a positive thing. I agree. Ooh, 200. Love that. Anytime we get more than 200, I'm happy. Oh my god. Okay, I thought that was about to be some absolutely massive damage. It makes sense that this guy's not stronger than one of the bosses. But I'm kind of treating him as if he would be. Probably should have tried to steal from him. I want to get in the habit of trying to steal every time I see a unique looking enemy that's not like a part of a palette swap family. You know who else is a huge nerd? That's like a famous musician, is John Tesh. What a nerd. Alright, I think I've cleared this room. He's kind of like a white Yanni. Or maybe Yanni's white, I don't know. I don't want to be the arbiter of who's white. There's only one way I can go here? Okay. Okay, so I guess we got one engine for free. My prediction was incorrect. So we're going to defeat the double axe, who does look very metal, so it's appropriate that he's protecting Station 4. The Eternal Engine at Station 4. Eternal Engine also sounds like a band that might have played at Station 4 back in the day. Let's see here. We defeat Double Axe. My orange marker is so close to dying. And deactivate the... Oop, drop my pen. Eternal Engine. At Station 4. It's so funny that it's actually called Station 4 and not like the 4th station or anything like that. Like for it to have the exact same wording and use the number instead of spelling out 4. I gotta stop referencing that, though. There's only like one person here who knows what that is. Okay, where is that? I don't remember seeing that barrier. Oh, we got a checkpoint. What's gonna happen in this room? Oh, now we're gonna fight another boss. Oh, this one is round. What's up, dude? Heatwave Sigh.
I dash you all to bits. Smash and dash into bits and pieces. I'm Heatwave Sigh. I've been locked up too long, and that makes me angry. You and your friends, and everyone else and their friends, are gonna be blown away.
Alright, now we get our boss fight. Weirdly back to back. I don't know why this guy wasn't guarding the engine. Okay, so this guy's gonna use bombs. Look at him spin. I want to scan him. Let's just scan him right off the jump. The hints on these guys have not been very helpful, though. Loves the smell of gunpowder to a fault. Watch out for fire in both attacks and defense. Okay, so fire resistance would probably be a good choice. I wonder if, like, if I hit him with a fire attack, does it make all his bombs explode on him? That would be really funny. I feel like there's a world where that's a thing. And this is the perfect chance for me to, like, go for it, because on the off chance that it works, great. But if it's just like he absorbs fire magic, he's at full health, and so we don't lose anything. So let me just hit him with a big fire spell here out of curiosity. Oh, okay, it did good damage. I don't think it did accelerated damage. I guess we could try a different element next turn and see if it does more. But that's really the only single target magic we have anyways. We can charge this up a little bit. How's physical look on this guy? Okay, it's about what we would expect. Let's try Water a Sword here. Whoo! 256, that's massive. Because you were curious and you're pretty sure it was condemned, City of St. Paul condemned the building after a recent inspection, finding problems literally from top, an unsound roof, to bottom, a problematic foundation. Not surprised at all. Okay, let's see if Watera does more than Flera. This is our test. According to the Pioneer Press, inspectors found 43 building and fire code violations that will need to be repaired, or authorities will order the building, which dates back to 1878, vacated. I didn't realize that building was that old. That's wild. I mean, it's obviously, like, that whole district of St. Paul is like old industrial rail yard type stuff that got repurposed into things over time. So I know a lot of stuff around there is old. I just didn't realize it was that old. Nothing like an unsound roof and bad foundation blasting metal music and mosh pits, yeah. Okay, hopefully he doesn't attack Kluk. Okay, good. Well, we're doing really good damage to this guy, so if he has around the same HP as the others, then we should be fine. Alright, I'm going to use Flare a Sword here and see if it does more than Water a Sword. It does. Okay, so this guy is weak against fire. I feel very confident now. Because they were both uncharged, neither appeared to be a crit or anything. So we're going to keep hitting it with fire. I can't imagine what anybody would have wanted to do with that building after Station 4 left. So probably for the best that they just board it up or blow it up. What if we go after the hand that's holding the bomb? Oh, there's multiple targets. Okay, this is like a story thing. Maybe this will be what makes him drop the bomb on himself? Oh, it's timing based. There must be something we could do about those bombs. What if we cast a fire spell on it? Way ahead of you. Way ahead of you. I kind of want to just use the Flare on his body and not the bomb. And wait till Kluk's turn. Maybe I'll regret that, I don't know, but... This just does so much damage. Oh, this is going to be AoE. Yikes. Okay, here's what we're gonna do. Phoenix Talon. Man, 50 HP to everybody is just really not enough. So we'd have to use this Grand Light Crystal, and we just don't have very many of them. But I guess situationally, like, we would normally use Zephyr anyways, so maybe I just shouldn't feel bad about using this, but I think this is the best play here. Okay, but he's not holding the bomb anymore. So I need to wait for him to be holding the bomb again. So I should try to steal. Oh, we got something. Nice. I feel like I'm going to have to wait until his turn for him to shift stances, but... yeah, I can't target the bomb here. I like how you can see where it's going to put you on the turn order after you use it. Okay, he probably only has one item. Flare Sword. So maybe he starts hefting the bomb the turn before he does the AoE, and hitting the hand with fire will stop it from happening. That's probably what's happening. It's probably what they're trying to get me to figure out. So we just gotta watch out for him to do it again. None of his other attacks are really that scary. We could just rip a Zephyr here. Might as well. Just stay topped off. Okay, now he's hefting the bomb. Perfect. And we have Kluk up next. So let's hit Flare on his little claw. Nice. Okay, so it just does a little bit of extra damage and then shuts down his attack that he's charging. And I think he's low health now, so he might just die to this Flare Sword here. Oh, maybe not. Okay, so that probably would have been an AoE if we didn't attack his hand. I'm guessing. Okay, we need to heal Zola. Zola. Another fire. He's not holding anything. Charge just a hair. Alright, there he goes. What was this guy's name? His name was Sai. But what was his modifier? I don't remember his... I'll have to look in the compendium. Oh. We were going to put Morrow back in Generalist. I forgot. Let's do that right now. He can start working towards skill +4. Let's see. What does he need that he doesn't already have? I think we're actually just going to leave this exactly how it is. It would be nice to have the other... well, actually... I mean, this is really the only thing we're missing here is the defense boost. I think we're fine otherwise. And then I feel like it's going to take Jiro so long to get to Monk 25 that maybe I should put him on Generalist now to get to skill +4. Let's weigh this. Because to go from 12 to 15 is going to be significantly faster than going from 20 to 25. And he's not going to hit anything along the way that we really care about. We just care about the one that's at 25. So yeah, let's go ahead and do that. We're taking some stat deficits here, which is unfortunate. We got an ad starting soon here. So 20 points of attack is really good, but I don't want to lose my ability to counter. I don't want to lose my ability to slow down the charge. I don't think I can really give up any of these. I can't give up the HP. So I think we're just stuck on that. That's unfortunate. Okay, well, at least we get to heal and save immediately after this. Hey, Sheep, how are you? Welcome in. What's going on tonight? Or in your time zone, if it's not night. We're going to drop another save here. Not in slot 6, slot 1. So we'll call this back in heal room after Sai. Let me go into the compendium really quick before we have to run this ad. Let's see. Items. Encyclopedia. Monster. Mecha Robo? Turbulent Mai. And Heat Wave Sai. Okay, I was right about Turbulent. I did not remember Heat Wave. Look at that chonky boy. One of the 4 Demon King robots serving under Zabo. That's the first time we've seen Demon King robots used. Just got home from work, relaxing with some dinner. Pokemon before bed. Ooh, nice. We were talking about Pokemon a little bit earlier. What kind of Pokemon are you enjoying? Feel free to tell us about your dinner, too. I'm going to actually have to go grab a snack during the ad break. I'll be back in about 3 minutes, folks. You're going to see Smash Bros. If you're not behind ads. And I'll be back in about 3 minutes. Thanks for being here. Oh, this is also the last ad break of the day, so congratulations.
Time up! This game's winner is Donkey Kong.
All right, welcome back, folks. DK takes this one. I forgot to update the on-score screen. It's actually 2-1 for Donkey Kong now, not 1-1. That was round 3. There we go. Of our toilet bowl, as SNES sort of put it. Luigi resents being called one of the worst, though, SNES. He's in 8th place, all right? He's not even in the bottom 3. DK, he's been pretty awful throughout this whole tournament. No doubt. Tenth place. He could make it to 9th if he does really well here, which is Yoshi. Luigi is creeping up on 7th, though. Not too far behind Samus here. So if he can get to like 4 or 5 wins here, he should overtake Samus. And then Samus has the next matchup, but it's against Fox. So, not sure how well she's going to do. Or sorry, not the next match, but the one after the next. All the remaining matchups have been decided, so no more character selection. We're currently on matchup number 64 of 66. But the last 2 are already scheduled. Okay, let's go back to the dragon. But not that dragon. Okay, we've healed, we've saved. We have deactivated 4 of the 6 engines. And apparently there's a new path opened up somewhere. But I don't know where it is. This place is kind of hard to navigate because a lot of the rooms look identical. The Eternal Engine here has been removed. Let's go somewhere else. Oh, okay. Thanks, Jiro. And unfortunately, we have minimap only. It's great to have a minimap, but it kind of sucks that we only have a minimap. It would be really nice if we could expand this tiny little map into a larger map. When we defeated the last boss, we saw a barrier deactivate, but I don't know where it is. Maybe it's that one? But I thought we already went through there. We already examined this room. Empty chest is a good marker. And then maybe this is where we came from before that? Okay, yeah, so maybe this is new territory over here. DK won because of one of his deaths was an own death? Oh, like Luigi should have got credit for it, but it gave it to DK as a fall. Yeah, that's a bummer when that happens. Okay, well, this must be new territory because we've been fighting every enemy as well. I haven't skipped any randoms today. DK's game in the system. You can't kill me, only I can kill me. Whew, God, I'm sorry for that sound. It's really bad. Okay, Kluke is definitely going to water the back row. Nice counter, Morrow. We got to get these guys out of here. And let's get rid of you as well. Just to make sure that you die. And then you can attack this guy. Get out of here, little plug, little spark plug. Bothersome. Okay, you should be dead now. Ugh, not quite. Alright, that attack is kind of powerful, but it's not really that scary. Alright, you need to die. Thank you. Now you're walloping. Alright, don't gang up on Morrow, please. Yeah, we can charge this all the way up. Sure. And that'll give me a turn to heal Morrow. A love tap from Kluk. Oh, just kidding. We didn't need you, Shu. We just needed you to pass your turn so that we could get a heal off, I guess. Ooh, we've got 2 paths here. Oh. Dang it. Is this the central room? Warp device. Okay, hold on. I'm not ready for this yet. Thank you for not pulling me into a cutscene. I would like all treasures, please. I'm looking for treasures. Okay, we were going this way. Okay, hold on. Let me go check that other side room. I was expecting that to be a dead end. Let's check the inner room. Okay, we've got a chest guarded by a laser. These really aren't that scary, because the encounters that they drop are super predictable and we can just walk by them. Oh hey, it's that Grand Light Crystal that we used in the last battle. Alright, well you're guarding the doorway, so I guess I gotta take care of you. Okay, it's only 2 of them, that's fine. The last time we did one of these, it was a frickin' 6-pack. 3 of these guys up front and 2 red ones in back. Absolutely horrendous. This is not bad at all. Let's get them wet, because robots love that. Soften them up a little bit. Oh, that's why it makes that sound when Zola attacks. It's because we're getting money. I forgot her special accessory gives money. So every time she attacks, there's like a little coin sprinkle sound. And I thought it was just associated with her character. Alright, Zola just got skill +2. Excellent. Need to give her that immediately. Okay, Ninja Swiftness. And then we want her to also have... I guess Steel. Wait. Oh, it spawned 2 right on top of each other because we... Wow. Okay. Oh well, it's another 2-pack. As long as they don't stun Kluk. That was the other problem that we had. We had really bad luck. Where they would stun my Black Mage, who's like the only one who can do good damage. Nice. Alright, and then water should take here. Oh, can you clean up, Jiro? Not quite. I was thinking the first 2 attacks were split between the 2, but they must have both been on the same one. That's alright. Stun goes away after battle, luckily. Or paralysis, same thing. It shows it on that screen, but... Okay. The alarm's still going off, but it doesn't really do anything else. It'll go away in a second. There we go. These guys are so goofy. The thing on their head looks like a plug, but there's only one instead of two. I guess there's kind of two. Hit him hard. You might not get your turn, Shu, but this way we'll make sure he's definitely dead before he gets to attack again. Alright. Hit him with the overkill, Shu. Good job. I didn't expect there to be so much more area over here. I thought this was just going to be a path that led to a chest. I mean, it probably is, but I didn't expect it to be this long. There's like a whole other wing of ship here. Oh my god, why does Kluk have to be all the way at the back of the turn order? She's really fast. I don't understand what's up with that. It's like the speed stat got flipped or something. These guys using Trick Room? Or me first? I can never keep those abilities straight. Wonder Room, Trick Room, Magic Room. Me first. They confuse me quite a bit. I guess I'll mow down. I just need Kluk to use Quake. And everybody dies. Okay, you attack that one to offset that. Okay, and then this should take. Ground time. I guess I could have gone for the charge there, but... Oh, okay. Only the guy in the back died. Well, they gotta be close. Come on, Zola. Really? Alright, you know what? Because I don't want to sit through another turn of your shenanigans, you're getting watered. Get out of here. That was way more damage than necessary, but I want them gone. Okay, this should be a treasure room. $100 EXP. Okay, that goes to Zola. How far behind is she still? She's at the same level, but she's still like over 1,000 experience points behind, so still gonna give her those until she gets caught up. We got Morrow caught up. Super metal necklace. Does it have like metal horns? That would be so funny. No, it doesn't. Increases physical defense. Okay, 95 defense, but nothing else. Does anybody benefit from that empirically? Probably not. Oh, Zola does, because she doesn't have any elemental stuff. Okay. Sure. Yeah, we'll give you that. Cool. Suppose I should check her other accessories against what we've got. Real quick, like. Oh, we also have super metal earrings. I don't know when we got these. Okay, you can have those. Oh, I can't give up 40 defense points. No way. Okay. That's the one we just put on anyways. Okay. There we go. Continue examining. We're examining everything. So that's how this game works. Big bullet. 1,000 gold. Wow. Okay. We have never found that large of a sum of money. I don't know if we've ever found more than 100. It's usually 10. And on rare occasions it has been 100. I don't know if we've ever found one larger than 100. But we've definitely never seen one that was 1,000. I suppose there's a small chance we've seen like maybe a 500, but I don't remember with certainty. Alright, now we have reached a dead end and we can go back to where we were. And go into whatever that cutscene room was, because this is going to be locked. All the doors that look like this are locked. And I'm assuming the reason for that is because there's like, they're actually like one-way types of doors. Or not really one-way, that doesn't make sense. Like there's probably a sensible layout that connects all of this together, and if all the doors were unlocked, we would probably have like a, you know, quick beeline to the central points, and we wouldn't do it in the order that the game wants us to do it in, and it would actually probably be more confusing to get through. I'm backtracking to the save point. Because I think we're going to fight a boss again in a second. I went the wrong way. So wait, that means that I want to go this way? Is this not where I just came from? Okay. Gonna heal and save again. I could probably pretty reasonably put this on the same save slot. There's no reason not to. So back in slot 1. How much gold do I have, by the way? 33,000. We have over, or not over, but just shy of 200 medals now. So we're gonna really cash in the next time we see Toripo. All right, we go through here. A game that has a map shouldn't require you to have this good of a sense of direction. But I guess I'm glad I have one. Which was ironically developed by video games, specifically ones that don't have good maps. So here we are. Is there anything I can examine in here? Appears not. What's this thing? Jiro, what do you think it is? I have no idea. I've never seen a device like that before. Wow, pretty! Maro wants to ride this! Oh, Maro. Maro is basically Ricky before Ricky. FF12 and 13 are easy to get lost without the map or minimap. Yeah, those games have good maps. Like, there's a minimap and a full map that you can explode out as it should be, you know? Is this the room? No, this isn't the same room where we saw Nene and Zabo. This is also not the same room where we ate our light spheres, but it looks very similar. Oh, and I didn't need to backtrack to the save point, because here's a new one. Alright, we will put this on a different save spot, though. So this will be save slot 2. And we'll call this Engine Room 5. Okay. Let's examine everything. Nothing. Pog. Remember, kids. Nothing is a collectible in this game. So we're actually finding something when we find those. We like that. Are these all going to be nothings? Because they probably didn't expect most players to check these. Oh, 1 medal. There's 200. Milestone. I love that sweaty emote, Smashy. Another milestone. Not another milestone. Another medal. Oh, stairs. Don't get stuck under the stairs. It's always a scare in a 3D polygon video game. A stair scare, you might say. Yeah, it's a good emote. It's very simple, but it reads well and is pleasant to look at. Okay, what's going on? Boss time. Oh, look at you. You look like a wizard, but you have, like, knife hands. Look at your little, satchel. Your little sporin. Who knows what a sporin is?
Hehehe, you took out all 3 of them? Not bad for humans.
Raging Kesu.
But you face Raging Kesu now, and I won't go down like those 3 did. I'm going to chop you up with great care, and relish every last second of it.
A gunny sack or satchel, yeah. Okay, he increased his speed. That's a little scary. We'll just go ahead and scan him. Yeah, a sporin is just like a little, the funniest and most succinct way to describe sporin is one of those Ren Fair waist pouches. It's like a little waist pouch that's made of leather or something. Do you know why this one is known as Raging Kesu instead of Storm and Stress Kesu? Storm and Stress? What is that supposed to mean? He's just laughing, by the way. Well, I'm guessing since he's increasing his speed, I should probably try to decrease it and try to cast slow with Kluk. But until then, probably should just start whacking him. Special knife. Okay, we can deal with 51 damage. We can work with that. Sporin's primarily Scottish? Oh, okay. I didn't know that, actually. Okay, I got the sweet spot on Shielda that time. I hope it applies to everyone. Oh, that's a very weak attack. Okay, it just got the row. That's still great, though. Yep, just keep whacking. Whacking! You boys been whacking. Classic reference. Okay, that's a very strong attack. That's 100 damage. Let's try using slow on you. Got the sweet spot. Miss. Okay. Now we know. Alright, we need to heal Shu. Please don't attack Shu. Okay. Oh, you silenced Kluk. That's a problem. That is what we were planning to do with her next turn. I guess I just have her use the thing that removes silence if I have it. Sleep, panic, stun. I don't even have the thing that removes silence. The status effect economy in this game is a little bit strange, I gotta say. Or not strange, but like, it heavily favors statuses. They're kind of hard to get rid of. I guess I'll try to steal from him. Alright, we got something. Hooray. And hopefully her silence just wears off. Alright. Hate that. Nice counter. Need to heal Shu again. Yeah, we'll just do a short charge in case he dies. I can use an item heal here since I don't really have anything else to do with her turn. Actually, we'll do an Ultra Medicine here, since we have more Ultras than Megas. Okay, so Special Knife either has different variations or it works differently if the target is in the front or the back row. I can't tell. Well, because Jiro doesn't need to heal anyone, not sure what to do here. Shina probably won't work. Why is he laughing so much? It's wild. He needs to stop. Sounds like the monkey from Majora's Mask. Alright, whatever. Just chip shot. I don't know. The laughing is distracting me from making a sound decision. So far, this is the most manageable of all the bosses, though. Gimmick-wise. Okay, there's just different variations. Don't die, Shu. Nice counter. Okay, good. Jiro goes next. Alright, heal, just a tiny boost. Is this AoE? Oh, this is new. Oh, of course he criticals Shu. Kluk is still silenced. We gotta take one more attack before Jiro can do a Zephyr. But I think I'm okay with that. Just attack him, Kluk, I guess. I don't know. Alright, hopefully he does something... Oh, he's gonna do that again. Great. Well, this could be devastating. 2 in a row? Excuse me. Okay, I take back what I said about this guy. Miraculously, no one is dead. And his speed buff is finally gone. God, that sucked. Okay, he has not set a precedent for counter-attacking, so I feel safe attacking here. Oh, are you dead? On a little Kluk chip shot? That's funny. Get wrecked. Okay, so that was like his final gambit kind of thing. Well, I got a little hairy for a second there, just at the end. No cutscene. Okay. We defeat... What was that guy's name? Items. Monster Mecha. Raging Kesu. Let me heal before we touch anything. Just in case. No, not skill. Spells. I always pick the wrong thing when I'm trying to use magic outside of battle. Okay, and then we can do one heal, one heal. Alright, that's good enough.
Take out their gun turret! Yes, sir!
Oh yeah, I forgot Liam O'Brien. Oh, they have stick grenades.
This is bad.
We better hurry.
The last eternal engine is below us.
There are 2 portals. We don't know which is the correct one. We should split up.
Right. I'll take this one. You guys take that one.
Oh,
Got it. Let's go.
that's unexpected. Her legs! Oh, we lost Zola. Okay, hold on. Let me write really quick. Outside, Dene's ship fires massive turrets at the Jabral forces. And the situation is deteriorating. We have to find the last engine quickly. 2 portals appear. And because time is of the essence, and we don't know which way to go, we opt to split up. But not in the way you might expect. Zola takes one path alone. We're gonna save again, obviously. This is gonna be slot 3. And this is engine room 5. We'll say pre-warp. And I'm assuming, yeah, we don't get the choice to follow Zola. She pulled the ladder up behind her, as it were. Oh, there's another save point here. Interesting. Okay, I could actually see us wanting to split our save here, so I will save again in slot 4. It looks like we can just go back through the warp, though. So I'm not sure why they did this. Dock, post, warp. Okay. Can I search this room? No. Okay. Onward. Oh boy. This is really... this is kind of silly. Like, I guess it adds to, like, the atmosphere of how this ship would, like, quote-unquote, realistically work. And so they put these here instead of putting enemies here. But usually when you have things like this in a game, you're presented with, like, either spend some extra time looking for a switch or fighting a specific enemy to disable the laser field, or cross the laser field and fight the enemy. But in this game, it's just cross the laser field and fight the enemy. We probably can get past them all if we just dash. Because they fall down behind. So that's kind of silly. I don't know why they chose to do that this way. But those guys are super annoying to fight. We fought them a ton of times, so I'm not interested in fighting them at all if they're not unique enemies or something. And I don't think they're guarding any kind of special reward.
I see the selection in this case has improved.
What does that mean?
Wait!
You'll not lay a finger on His Excellency.
You damn jerk!
Huh.
For your insolence toward His Excellency, I will not allow you to live.
Yeah, well, we'll just see about that!
Time to rock again. Alright, he's got minions, but not worried about them. Okay, let me finish writing down here real quick. Zabo stays behind to launch Nene's escape ship and engages us in battle. Now that quote from Nene was really weird, so I wanted to make sure I wrote it down verbatim. He said, "I see the selection in this case has improved." I have no idea what he means by that. Or rather, there are so many things that he could mean by that. I really hope that we come back to that at some point. Because that was an unbelievably cryptic quote. Okay. We're fighting Zabo. Kluk gets to go first, which is awesome. We're definitely going to open up with a Watera here. Want to get rid of these minions as fast as possible. Let me see if I can land in the sweet spot before the second Mecha Robo. Got it. Okay, that's a lot of damage, and one missed. So if that lands, it's like 150 damage. Okay, Morrow, can you just soften them up a little bit with a mowdown? Oh, that's more than I wanted. Okay. Well, let's see what water does. Holy moly, that was a lot of damage. Alright, well, we got rid of the minions. That's the important part. Alright, you attack. Just a regular. 100 damage, that's fine. That's about what we're used to. It's kind of a waste to do a preemptive Zephyr here, but I think I'm gonna do it anyways. My single target mow down. Yep, good thing that I healed for sure. I'm gonna steal from you. We stole part of the Eternal Engine. Wait. Like one of the special ones? Maybe. Alright, you attack. I just remembered again that we don't have Zola anymore. Don't kill Morrow. Dang, that's really strong. I wonder why it's called Dispelling Punch. Maybe it gets rid of buffs if you have them. Okay, I should be able to get Sweet Spot here. Yeah, with my slow monk charge. Oh, I let go a little too early. Darn it. Okay, double item here. Arguably one of the best commands in the game. Can't believe we got it so early. I'm gonna scan you now. A second-rate robot that is powerless without its comrades. A true ruler needs no friends. Those statements don't go together, but okay. I wonder if he's going to try to bring back the minions then? Power charging. Wonder if that means I shouldn't attack him? Or just that he's going to do something nasty on his next turn? Okay, that's pretty strong. Not enough power. I wonder if that's stronger if he has minions out? We're gonna Zephyr again here to make up for that. Probably should have charged it a little bit, but that's okay. It's mostly a top off. We'll go all the way with this. We need damage. Do we want to try a debuff? I just have such an aversion to these. I feel like they never work in other RPGs. But that doesn't mean that they won't work in this RPG. We have used sleep for a specific set of enemies. So screw it, we'll try poison. Seems very unlikely we'd be able to poison a robot, but we'll see. Guard, okay. Well, at least it didn't say miss. That's very definitive. Nice damage. Okay, he does less damage to the back row. That's great. That must be a property of guns. It seems like every gun-type weapon has done that. We don't need to heal here, so we could try something. Let's see what Trap Floor does. Actually, no. I feel like I understand how that's going to work, and it's not going to be good in this battle. You can just attack, Jiro, okay? Just attack. Get some chip damage on there. And let's hit you with water. Just gonna assume that you're weak against water. Every robot has been so far, except for the one that was weak against fire. Oh, that wasn't very much damage. Maybe we'll try fire next. Erase. Okay, yeah, it gets rid of buffs, but we don't have any buffs, so. Put this right before him. And we'll do the same thing with this one. And then Jiro, you can heal Shu. Or should we just do Zephyr? Let's just do Zephyr. Charge it up a smidge. Top everybody off. Excellent. Okay, more damage. Summon. Okay, he's bringing back his minions. Okay, so I think this guy's gimmick is you don't want to let him do his big attack while they are out, which seems very manageable. Oh, okay, we get a free charge here. Got it. Goodbye, minions. Goodbye, freshly summoned robot minions. Get wet. That's so much damage. Alright, well, next time we'll try fire on Zabo. Alright, chip shot from Jiro. Chip shot from Morrow. Well, not really a chip shot. Oh, are you dead? Okay, he was so easy. He was definitely the easiest of the other robots, and maybe that was, like, canonically the point. Ooh, we got a lot of experience, though. Everybody got a level.
We did it. But what about Nene?
Maybe we could use that.
Let's go after him. We can't let him escape.
Right.
But what about Zola? Where is she? Oh, they're giving us a save here. Okay. I bet I can explore this room. Yep. Can't leave without my nothings. And some tiny dimes. Locked. Does it let me go back? It does. Interesting. I doubt very much that I could go back to the room where Zola warped and she's just like there and we can meet up with her. But I'm disappointed in my party members that they didn't, like, say something. Okay, Jiro needs agility so bad. I'll give that to him. And a medal. Oh, and I can probably examine this too. Yep. Oh, I can examine a lot more. Let's see. I wish I could give this to, Zola. You examined the machine with buttons. I thought it was going to let me examine all of those pipes. Okay. It's weird how there was a dearth of save points throughout this dungeon, and then suddenly there's a save point every room. Alright, so this is... We're all the way back around to save slot 5 again already, and we'll call this post Zabo pre-launch. Alright, let's see what happens.
They escaped.
Look! It's gonna crash!
Zola must have removed the last eternal engine.
Oh yeah, our other brand new party member. Whoops.
I've shut down all eternal engines.
Oh, okay.
The ship will crash.
Okay, time to retreat. Pull up now!
Oh, that's not Liam O'Brien. That's, the guy that sounds a lot like him. That's, Greto from Eternal Sonata. Wait, what was that? Could this be the end of the disc moment?
That Zola's really something.
Yep.
Yeah. Now all that's left is Nene. We can't let him get away!
Oh. What?
He's coming!
Counterattack!
Yeah, I know!
Chug! Look at him! What a goofball.
He's just smiling again.
Oof.
Here we go!
Why are these all separate video files? It should just be one video. For the sake of the disc. What? What does this screen mean? Okay, I'm writing. 1 second. Party enters an aerial dogfight with a calm, cool, smiling Nene. And we are now met with a screen that just says, play easy mode? What does that mean? I need, let's see. I need Twitch to give me an ad snooze. I haven't used a snooze all day. Why are you not giving me one? Yeah, I'll get my notes off the screen. Well, I have no idea what this is. I kind of want to say no. So, I guess we'll see what happens. Go over the tutorial. Yes. Okay, you should have asked me that first. Mechats move automatically to attack, fire the machine guns and missiles. Fire the machine gun, press A. Auto fire, press and hold A. You can use the guns to shoot down missiles fired by an enemy. You cannot shoot down a ring laser. Continuous use of the machine gun will cause it to overheat. Okay, there's a cooldown on the gun. Okay. Press the B button to lock onto a target and then fire a missile by releasing the button. If you run out of warheads, you won't be able to fire any more missiles. Try to collect the boxes which give you the missiles or health power-ups. Okay, so it sounds like we're about to play a rail shooter, except you can't move your ship. So, extra rail. We're about to get bamboozled by an ad. And there's apparently nothing I can do about it. I'm supposed to be ending the stream right now. I don't need to go over the tutorial again, no. Okay, here we go. This is wild. Ow. I don't know if I have hit him at all. Oh, and there's the ad. Okay. I guess I'll be back in 3 minutes. Slurgy, welcome in. Raiders, hello. Thank you so much for the chonky raid. Everyone follow Slurgy. We're in an ad break right now, folks. Sorry if you're getting hit with ads. We're kind of in extra innings, extra minutes here. We're playing some Blue Dragon, and we're in a mini game. Just waiting for this Smash match to end here, because this is what we do during ads. Congratulations to the Donkey Kong fans. He's now up 3-1 over Luigi. Quite the upset we've got on our hands here. Donkey Kong on the rise. Okay, welcome back, folks. We're playing like a rail shooter inside of a JRPG. Love to see it. Whenever I can get out of this and save, we will be ending stream. I normally end at 8, probably right around the same time that Slurgy does. Thank you again for the raid, my guy. I really appreciate it. Oh, I overheated the gun. He used the brake on me. He listened to Peppy. Okay, it looks like we've entered a different phase. I'm taking massive damage here. Oh, my gun overheated again. I apparently have a lot of health, though. Oh, and I got a fresh stock of missiles. Okay, I guess you can't really hit him with the regular gun. You just shoot missiles. Okay. Well, I'm glad I didn't take too long to figure that out. This song is so peppy as well. His ship looks like a dragonfly. Oh, we're not done yet. Okay, where'd you go? We just destroyed the Big Bad's mothership. And, this is his escape pod that he's trying to escape on. There's also inverted controls on this reticle, which normally I would like, but I just wasn't really prepared for it, so it's kind of throwing me off because my brain is in JRPG mode. Okay, I think we got him. I don't know what's going to happen here. This is not the end of the game, by the way, either, so it's not like we're beating this game here. We could maybe be finishing a disc, though. But for anyone that needs to lurk or raid and run, thank you so much for being here. I'm going to be playing this again tomorrow all day, if you want to stop by.
Which way did he go?
North, perhaps?
That's not much help, Jiro!
We almost had him. We were so close.
Ooh, victorious music. This is Nobuo Uematsu, by the way. Our goat. Ooh, a feast! Complete with bikini waitress. Oh, and we're in a playable section here. Okay, is there a save point? I really don't want to do this again, but I need to stop. Oh god. This sucks because I want to talk to all of these NPCs and I want to like examine everything in this room, which is going to take a really long time. And I doubt the game is going to let me save before I do that. Look at this guy passed out in the corner. Hi, Zola. Glad you're okay. But where is Nene?
Lady Zola, what are you thinking?
Nothing, Marumaro. You just keep being lighthearted. That reminds me, the king has something he wanted to discuss with you later. Let me know when you're about to leave, got it? I'm assuming the thing he wants to discuss is having Zola permanently join the party. Oh, and there's a chest over here. Oh, God, I wish I could save right now. Okay. I think what I might have to do is just play that minigame again before stream tomorrow. And just so I can just start the stream right here. Because I need to end. I'm already in extra minutes. I don't want to, like, rush to the king to, like, move the plot forward to try to get to a save point faster without talking to all these people and inspecting this room. So, I think that's, unfortunately, the best outcome for me. Let me finish writing what I was writing during the cutscene here. Nene's ship sinks into the sea. A feast is raised in our honor, and King Jabral has a proposition for us. Okay, so this is where I leave you for today, folks. I'll be back at the same time tomorrow with more Blue Dragon, 3 p.m. Central to 8 p.m. Central. Thanks for everybody hanging out today. Thank you to all the raiders and lurkers. Very much appreciate it. Lurkers keep the planet spinning. I'm excited. We could still potentially be looking at an end of disc moment, but that kind of felt like it would have been it. Like, as far as like classic RPG cadence and what my instincts were feeling. We're getting very close to another sub-goal bonus stream as well. That's the top bar on your screen. When that fills up, the lady's going to join me on a Sunday. We'll continue our first playthrough of Grim Fandango. We're about 3/4 of the way through that game, maybe somewhere between 2/3 and 3/4. But we're making our way through. However many things we have to look up, because the moon logic in that game is wild. And the mechanics are very non-native to us. Otherwise, vote in that Tuesday poll that we've got up in the Discord. That's going to close at the end of stream tomorrow. That's going to be your last chance to decide what we play after Plucky Squire, which will still be continuing on Tuesday. We've got at least one more Plucky Squire stream. We'll see how long it takes, and if I get sucked into getting the collectibles. Anyways, I need to find someone to raid so I can get out of here and go take care of my responsibilities. Let's find someone to go say hello to, shall we? Some good choices, as per usual. can't decide. Because we're in extra innings, I'm not even going to entertain the idea of a brave raid. We're going to raid someone we know. Let's go... I'm trying to narrow down between, like, 3 people. Which is way too many. Okay, we'll raid Elise. Elise is playing FF7 Remake Intergrade. I'm actually a Final Fantasy VII Remake hater, but I like Elise, and I don't get the chance to. I don't think I've ever rated Elise. She just recently came back to streaming. Or actually, Elise might prefer they them. Let me double check. My limited brain cannot tell, so maybe I will ask. But I've been hanging out in Elise's chat. Elise has been playing Tales of Xillia, which is not a Tales game that I've played, but I feel comfortable lurking in, just for vibes. And Elise always has really funny things to say. They were also playing the Dragon Quest VII Reimagined demo, which... I love Dragon Quest VII, and it looks phenomenal, so I got to soak up some vibes there. I've been soaking up some vibes in Elise's stream at nighttime. So let's go over there. Make sure I'm spelling this right. I spelled it right. We're going to go see what's going on with Remake Intergrade. Playing on Switch 2. Sponsored stream. I'm assuming it's a first playthrough as well and not a yeah, first playthrough. So don't talk about the video game. Probably just don't talk about any other video games as well. Be sensitive about spoilers. Behave. And I will see y'all hopefully tomorrow. That's all I got. I forgot to hit the raid button. So now I'm just going to be sitting here in silence while the raid ticks down. We're going to find out if my outro music plays faster than the raid. But that's all I got. Thanks again for hanging out. More Blue Dragon tomorrow. More Plucky Squire on Tuesday. Vote for the new game if you're in the Discord. Join the Discord if you're so inclined. Buy your tickets for VGMCon. Price is going up next week. Book your hotel rooms because you don't get charged until right before the event. And it's going to sell out and fill up before the event gets here. So if you know you're going, get your stuff taken care of now, especially that hotel room. Charity Week announcement coming soon. More on that later. Bye-bye. Let's go say hi to Elise.